Chapter 1381. There were many sacred sects in the divine continent. There were at least 80, if not hundreds. However, there were only 8 cities here, which caused all the sacred sects to fight openly and covertly. Now that distant Ice City and Meteor City had fought, and it was rumored that both sides suffered heavy losses, it immediately attracted the attention of all the sacred sects. Many sects had sent their disciples to distant Ice City to scout out the situation. However, after the battle last night, most of the sect leaders ordered their disciples to retreat. That battle was not intense, and it was only led by 2 elders at the 6th stage of true Qi. However, the disciples who escaped talked about it as if it was a miracle. Thousands of magical beasts and spirit beasts gathered, and it was said that the enemy had a divine general who descended from the heavens and killed 2 elders with a single spear strike. He and Yen Sheng's strength was nothing in the divine continent, but they were still experts at the 6th stage of true Qi. In the vast divine continent, how many people could beat their chest and boast that they could kill someone at the 6th stage of true Qi with a single spear strike? Perhaps only the sect masters of the few sacred sects and a few grand elders would be able to do so. However, the man who killed He and Yen Sheng was only an ordinary disciple of the distant Ice City sacred sect. How powerful was distant Ice City now? Son-in-law, after the battle that night, distant Ice City and Meteor City have established their might. I believe that no other sacred sects will dare to attack us. 3 days had passed since the battle that night. According to the Qiao clan, distant Ice City and Meteor City had been defended. However, Qin Feng did not give the order to retreat. These 3 days, he led the team to guard the entrance of distant Ice City. From beginning to end, Qin Feng was somewhat worried. This was the divine continent where sects stood in great numbers and experts were as common as clouds. How could the death of merely 2 elders at the 6th stage of true Qi truly deter those sacred sects that were spying on the city? Father-in-law, I have a bad feeling in my heart. We should guard here for a few more days. If there is still no movement in a week, then we will make a decision. Qin Feng was now the city lord of 2 cities, and he controlled the remaining forces of the 6 sacred sects. He was also the benefactor of Qiao Shi and the others and the new Beast King. Everyone listened to his orders. Everyone continued to stand guard at the entrance, constantly vigilant against the enemy's surprise attack. Qin Feng was not idle either. He spent every moment cultivating. Even though he had stepped into the 6th stage of true Qi, he was still too weak when compared to the entire divine continent. Master, you've completed Qiao Shi's mission not too long ago, and the system has rewarded you with a lot of lottery tickets. You can give it a try. Little Pig's voice rang out. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Recently, he had been busy with city battles and defending the city. He had completely forgotten about the reward rolls. Qin Feng sent his consciousness into the system. The rewards for the Qiao Shi's revenge quest were very generous. Apart from 100,000 Hedonist points, there was also a purple grade spirit equipment scroll, a star technology scroll, and a palace of hero scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have used the violet grade spiritual equipment lottery scroll to obtain the violet sunset sword. As soon as Qin Feng thought about it, the system's notification sounded. He now had a scarlet demon red equipment for great sage gold equipment and even more pink equipment. As for the purple grade spirit equipment, Qin Feng no longer cared about them. However, the violet cloud sword's design was outstanding. It was a slender, sharp sword with a few purple clouds carved on its blade. It was somewhat similar to the waning moon sword that Ren Xiaoyao used. It seemed to be a sword used by women. Qin Feng casually grabbed the air and stabbed it. Instantly, several purple sword rays whizzed out and enveloped Qin Feng's body in a purple mist, making it difficult to tell if he was real or fake. This sword is not bad. I'll see which woman likes it and give it to them. Qin Feng put away the violet cloud sword and prepared to leave it for Lin Bei Bei and the others. now that the girls had begun to step onto the path of cultivation with Qin Feng's help. Qin Feng planned to give each of them a satisfactory weapon after they left this place of despair. After using the violet cloud sword, Qin Feng couldn't wait to use the star technology battle armor. The reason he was able to survive in China and even seize 2 cities was all because of the power of the star technology battle armor. After the violet cloud sword disappeared, the system's notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have obtained a black dragon chariot with the star technology battle armor. Qin Feng was stunned, and his heart surged with excitement. The Black Dragon was a series of technological products in the Star Technology Battle Armor series. It was like the Lunar God series of spiritual equipment. There were Lunar God armor, Lunar Sorrows, Lunar God belt, Lunar God boots, and so on. Qin Feng already had the Black Dragon tank, and he knew the power of the Black Dragon series of Star Technology Battle Armor series. He believed that this Black Dragon chariot would not disappoint him. Rumble. Qin Feng's mind moved slightly, and a mighty and cool mecha landed beside him. This chariot looked like a Jeep off-road vehicle in modern society, but it was twice as big as a Jeep. The body of the chariot was more than 6 meters long and 3 meters tall. It was simply a giant chariot. Qin Feng was so excited that he almost shouted. He wanted to drive the 2 Black Dragon chariots immediately, but Qiao Shi and the others were still waiting outside. If he made such a huge chariot out of nowhere, it would definitely scare everyone. In the end, he suppressed his excitement and used the 3rd violet cloud sword. This was a Palace of Heroes lottery scroll. The system's notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have obtained Hero Duanyu by using the Palace of Heroes lottery scroll. Qin Feng didn't know when he had arrived in the system's Palace of Heroes. There were millions of heroes in the Palace of Heroes, and each hero was a shining star. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the vast and silent night sky before him. A dazzling star flew over and landed next to Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Duanyu greets Master. Qin Feng looked at the man in front of him in shock. He was dressed in a green robe and had long hair. He had delicate features and was even fairer than Shimin Chuexue. He was also slightly more handsome than Qin Feng. Qin Feng had seen this man in the demigods and semi-devils. He never thought he would meet him in real life one day and become his subordinate. But Qin Feng quickly regained his senses. He had asked Little Pig about the Palace of Heroes before. The heroes in the Palace of Heroes were all technological products. They were replicas of their corresponding characters at their maximum level. Duanyu, please rise. Qin Feng said. Duanyu stood up. His every movement was cultured and refined. No one would have guessed that he was a stage 6 true Qi stage expert. Qin Feng had used the character conversion card to draw Qiao Feng and had half an hour of Qiao Feng's peak condition. Qiao Feng was also at stage 6 true Qi stage, and his 18 subduing dragon palms had allowed Qin Feng to slaughter. Duanyu wasn't weak either. The 6-pulse godly sword's ultimate technique wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. He had used all 3 rolls, and Qin Feng had 2 more cards up his sleeve. As soon as his consciousness returned to reality, he heard Golden Fur Lion King's angry roar. This is bad, Master. The enemy is attacking again. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He stood up and looked down at the foot of the mountain. Qiao Gong and the others' realms were too low. If it weren't for Golden Fur Lion King's warning, they wouldn't have noticed anything unusual at the foot of the mountain. But soon, cries of alarm and shouts came from the crowd. A large group of black figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. A few people even started to climb up the mountain. There were only about 50 people in this group, which was a lot less than the combined forces of Sky Cloud Sword and the Gate of Life and Death 3 days ago. But Qin Feng and Golden Fur Lion King's expressions turned grave. There were many experts in this group, and there were even 5 powerful beings that Qin Feng couldn't see through. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the sacred land of distant Ice City at night? If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Golden Fur Lion King had already started to roar. His roar shook the mountain and caused countless gravel to fall, hindering the speed of the disciples who were climbing up the mountain. The dozen or so disciples suddenly stopped halfway up the mountain and didn't move. The crowd at the foot of the mountain also stopped. They saw 2 black figures suddenly shoot up the mountain. Before the crowd could react, 2 bald old monks in gray robes were already standing at the edge of the cliff. You're from Immeasurable Mountain? Qin Feng recognized the 2 people's clothes at a glance. One of the elders put his palms together and looked at Qin Feng and the beast army behind him with disdain. He said, "I'm Great Master Yuanda of Immeasurable Mountain, and this is Junior Brother Yuan Kong tonight. Abbot Yuan Kong of Immeasurable Mountain has personally led the troops here. He's determined to take down distant Ice City and Meteor City. If you don't want to die, you'd better surrender obediently." As soon as the old monk finished speaking, the beast army was in an uproar. Golden Fur Lion King was even more furious. He looked like he was going to raise his saber at any time. However, Qin Feng didn't give the order. He was staring at Yuanda and Yuan Kong. These 2 were the 2 people whose strength he couldn't see through. Presumably, the remaining 3 experts that he couldn't see through were Abbot Yuan Kong of Immeasurable Mountain. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented pressure in his heart. He had guessed correctly. There would be more sacred sects coming to spy on distant Ice City. However, he didn't expect that Abbot Yuan Kong of Immeasurable Mountain would personally lead the troops here. It seemed like he wanted to fight to the death. At the same time, Qin Feng was also confused about one thing. The disciples of Immeasurable Mountain were all monks. They were similar to Shaolin, one of the 5 sects of Huaxia. The disciples of Shaolin and Immeasurable Mountain all had the surname Yuan, but their names were different. He couldn't figure out the relationship between Shaolin and Immeasurable Mountain. If these 2 sects were originally one sect, then they gradually divided into 2 sects over the long course of history. Didn't that mean that Shaolin used to be in China? How did they go to the outside world in the end? What was the relationship between the secular world of Huaxia and China? Too many questions popped up in Qin Feng's mind. However, he couldn't figure them out in a short time. Moreover, the situation was critical now, so he didn't have time to think about it. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't speak, the 2 old monks became a little impatient. Yuan shouted coldly, "Boy, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Call your leader out. You people don't deserve to talk to me." Yuan had been polite just now, but now his foxtail was exposed. Chapter 1382. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Golden Fur Lion King was instantly enraged. He held the Dragon Slayer saber horizontally in front of him, stared coldly at Yuanda, and roared, "Old bald donkey, how dare you speak to my master like this? Do you believe that I won't chop you in half?" Yuanda was a great master of Wuliang Mountain. His status was only below Abbot Yuan Kong. Furthermore, he was a venerable who had stepped into the 7th level of Qi. When had he ever been threatened like this? His skinny palm was about to strike out when his gaze inadvertently fell on Golden Fur Lion King's Dragon Slayer saber. He was so shocked that he almost fell from the top of the mountain. This is a great sage gold-grade saber." Yuan Song was also about to strike, but he was startled by Senior Yuan's shout. He immediately looked at the Dragon Slayer saber in Golden Fur Lion King's hand, and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. "Senior Yuanda, that's right. It really is a gold-grade saber. These 2 were great masters of Wuliang Mountain. They were venerables at the 7th level of Qi. With their sharp eyes, they could tell the truth with one look. Brat, a mere 5th level of Qi, actually has a gold-grade saber. It's a waste for this spirit saber to fall into your hands. It's better to let this poor monk keep it for you." Yuan's old eyes flickered. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Golden Fur Lion King didn't even have a chance to dodge and was directly sent flying 100 meters away. The dragon slayer saber flew into the air. Yuan De quickly leaped to grab it. Just as he was about to grab the saber hilt, he felt a gust of wind coming from the soles of his feet. He had no choice but to slow down and counterattack. As he struck out with his palm, he angrily shouted, "Junior Yuan Tsung, are you crazy?" Rumble. Two violent air currents exploded high in the sky. The entire mountaintop was shaking. It turned out that the attack was launched by Yuan Kong, in front of the great sage Gold Grade Saber, who cared about brotherhood. "Senior Yuanda, how could I be crazy? Aren't we competing fairly? We found this Gold Grade Saber together. You can't just let me give it to you for no reason, right?" Yuanda's palm landed on the plains in the distance. He stared coldly at Yuan Tsung, but he couldn't refute for a long time. Both of them had their own thoughts when they suddenly heard Yuan Tsung exclaim, Where's the golden saber? Oh no, it's been snatched away by that brat." Yuan Tsung angrily swatted at Qin Feng. Yuan also came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. These two people were both at the 7th layer of true qi. With a light tap of their feet, they immediately turned into sharp arrows and arrived above Qin Feng's head in the span of a few breaths. "Stinking brat, you even dare to snatch the treasure that I've taken a fancy to? You're simply courting death." Both of them were proficient in palm techniques. As they raised their palms, dozens of deep pits were blasted into the mountain peak. But Qin Feng had already disappeared from the mountaintop. Two balls of flames appeared in the distant sky. The flames flickered incessantly like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark night. But when Yuanda and the other man saw them, they were shocked. "Good heavens, there's even a great sage gold equipment here. It's a flying type spirit tool. Senior brother Yuanda, we'll stick to the old rules. It belongs to whoever gets it first." When Qin Feng stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and flew, ordinary experts in the true qi realm would not be able to track his trajectory. But unexpectedly, Yuanda and the other man quickly caught up with him. Their speed was actually not much slower than the golden whirlwind wheel. Qin Feng was a little nervous. This time, the forces attacking the city were much stronger than he had expected. He had just stepped into the 6th layer of true qi, so he was not afraid of Yuanda and Yuan Kong. But there was still Abbot Yuan Kong at the foot of the mountain. That old man's realm was definitely much higher than these two. Rumble. Loud noises continuously rang out in the valley. The places that Qin Feng flew past were blown into a mess. He flew all the way and brought Yuanda and the other man to a plain thousands of meters away. He was prepared to kill them here alone. "Stinking brat, you can't run away. I advise you to obediently hand over the golden spirit tool on your body, and I promise to spare your life." Yuanda was a little impatient and tried to bluff Qin Feng with a lie. However, Qin Feng stopped and said, "Are you serious? As long as I hand over the spirit tool, you won't kill me?" Yuanda and Yuan Tsung were stunned. They were just saying it casually. In the divine land, who would believe such a lie? They didn't expect that the brat in front of them was such an idiot that he would really believe it. Yuanda quickly put away his fierce expression and squeezed out a kind smile. He said, "Don't worry, I just want the golden spirit tool in your hand. As for you and I, there is no enmity between us. Why must I kill you?" Qin Feng pretended to be stupid. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "What you said is very reasonable. Then I will believe you this time. I will give you this golden saber, and you should quickly leave." When Qin Feng's voice fell, Yuanda and Yuan Tsung were still in a daze. They felt like they were dreaming. That was a golden saber, and that brat was really willing to give it to them. But in the next moment, the two flew into the air at the same time. Qin Feng really threw the dragon slayer saber over. "Junior brother Yuan Tsung, don't fight with me for this golden saber. I will give you the flying spiritual tool. Yuan shouted anxiously. However, Yuan Tsung didn't slow down at all. He said, Senior brother Yuanda, how about I give you the flying spiritual tool? And the saber belongs to me. Both of them were wily old foxes. Neither of them trusted the other. When they saw that their hands were about to grab the dragon slayer saber, they suddenly slapped each other's chests. The two palms finally collided in the void. The loud sound seemed to destroy heaven and earth. The whole plain and valley shook a few times. The two people's strength was equal, and they both fell to the ground. Clang! No one could grab the dragon slayer's saber. In the end, the entire saber was inserted into the ground, leaving a half-meter long handle outside. Qin Feng walked to the side of the saber unhurriedly and casually grabbed it. The golden saber light was dazzling in the night. Yuanda and Yuan Tsung gnashed their teeth in anger. Brat, how dare you trick us? Yuan finally came to his senses. Yuan Tsung also realized that he had been tricked by Qin Feng. The veins on his face bulged. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see the two's angry expressions. He said calmly, I was kind enough to give you the saber, but you guys fought each other. You can't blame me for this. Both of them had used all their strength in that palm strike. At this moment, they both suffered internal injuries, but they forced themselves to stand up. A gust of wind suddenly rose. Yuan Tsung had appeared behind Qin Feng. He slapped his palm down and laughed complacently. Haha, you want to trick me? In the face of absolute strength, your little tricks. Boom! Before Yuan Tsung could finish his words, a golden saber light that was hundreds of meters long had already descended. Qin Feng had long been on guard against the two. How could he let Yuan Tsung's sneak attack succeed? This saber strike was swift and violent. Rather than saying that Yuan Tsung's sneak attack was a sneak attack, it would be better to say that Qin Feng's saber strike, when he turned around, was more like a sneak attack. The ground had already exploded, and in the middle of the crack was Yuan Tsung's body. He was stunned and motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. However, after a few breaths, a bloody wound split open between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the bloody wound split open and his whole body exploded into pieces. Boom! The loud explosion had not stopped, and a strong smell of blood wafted in the air. Yuanda was only a second later than Yuan Tsung's attack, but he didn't expect that this 1 second would save his life. At this moment, he was stunned in place, staring incredulously at Qin Feng, who was carrying the dragon slayer saber on his shoulder. From the beginning, Qin Feng was an ant-like existence that Yuanda and Yuan Tsung ignored. It was precisely because of this that they dared to unscrupulously snatch Qin Feng's gold equipment. But they never expected that such a young boy could actually kill Yuan Tsung, who was at the 7th stage of true qi. You dare to kill my junior brother? I will make you die a horrible death. Yuanda had already returned to his senses. Qin Feng sneered and said, Oh, you should be very happy now. I killed your junior brother. Now no one will fight with you for the spiritual equipment. This golden saber and golden wheel are both yours. Qin Feng's words made Yuan suddenly stunned. He did think so, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to see through his thoughts. Yuan's expression became vigilant. He ignored Qin Feng at the beginning, then looked down on him, and now took him very seriously. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you killed Yuan Kong. That was caused by my junior brother underestimating you. Now I will let you know how powerful I am. Yuan no longer talked nonsense and had already clapped his hands. Even if he was a little vigilant against Qin Feng, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Qin Feng looked to be in his early 20s. No matter how powerful this boy was, what kind of storm could he set off? Yuanda was confident that he could kill him with one palm. Rumble! Before the palm arrived, a series of loud explosions had already sounded in the air. Hundreds of palm prints appeared on top of Qin Feng's head. Yuanda and Ling Jinfeng, the head of Spirit Beast sect, both practiced palm techniques, but their attacks were somewhat different. Ling Jinfeng's palm strike was a powerful attack, condensing into a huge palm print that made it impossible for others to escape. Yuanda, who was in front of him, dispersed his true qi, forming tiny palm prints that overlapped each other like an inescapable net. The strength of each palm was not very strong. If it hit Qin Feng alone, it would not be enough to tickle him. However, when hundreds of palm prints overlapped, it could instantly collapse a small mountain. The palm prints approached, but Qin Feng did not move. Yuanda's old face smiled like a wild chrysanthemum, as if he could already see Qin Feng's miserable state of being smashed to pieces by this palm. "Yuanda, be careful!" An angry roar suddenly sounded, but it came from thousands of meters away. Yuanda and Qin Feng's expressions changed. Yuanda was surprised. Wasn't that Abbot Yuan Kong's voice? Why did he tell him to be careful? However, Qin Feng did not dare to hold back. He waved his hand and pierced the void with his long spear. The Rainbow Demon Storm spear pierced through the void as if there was no one there. In an instant, it turned into thousands of rainbow lights that shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. Stab, 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 stab. Muffled sounds rang out in the air. The palm print that Yuanda had sent out was easily pierced through like a piece of tofu. However, the spear light did not weaken at all and instantly pierced through Yuanda. Yuanda's body was suspended in the air as if he had been frozen. Blood began to ooze out of his body, and a moment later, his whole body was pierced like a hornet's nest. Yuanda had already fallen to the ground. He could not be more dead. Chapter 1383. After killing Yuanda, Qin Feng didn't stop at all. He carried the Rainbow Demon Storm spear and ran. He could already feel several powerful auras chasing after him, and one of them was much more powerful than Yuanda and Yuan Kongqin. Feng did not think that he could defeat the abbot and the other masters of Wuliang Mountain. He had used some tricks and luck to kill Yuanda and Yuan Kong. After all, Qin Feng had just stepped into Stage 6 True Qi Realm. He was confident that he was invincible in the Stage 6 True Qi Realm, but it would take a lot of effort to kill a Stage 7 True Qi Realm expert. As for Stage 8 True Qi Realm, Qin Feng could only use the Star Technology battle armor to fight. However, the current Wuliang Mountain strength was different from the Spirit Beast sect's 6 major forces. In the city where 10 days ago, the 2 sacred sects had already suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, Qin Feng had used the Black Dragon tank to slaughter everyone. Now that the Wuliang Mountain's disciples were in peak condition, it was easier said than done to exterminate these people. "Brat, let's see where you can run to." Just as Qin Feng was thinking of countermeasures, an angry roar came. The voice was clearly a few hundred meters away, but in the next moment, Qin Feng was hit from behind and flew to an empty space 100 meters away. Uft! As soon as he landed, Qin Feng vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. The moon god armor on his body flowed with a cold moonlight. If he hadn't activated the moon god armor's super defensive ability in that critical moment, Qin Feng didn't know if he would still be alive now. However, at this moment, Little Pig's urgent voice sounded in his mind. "Master, the moon god's armor has already cracked. It needs to be put into the 10,000 treasure pavilion to recover immediately. Otherwise, it will completely shatter if it receives another attack." Qin Feng was shocked. He wondered how powerful that palm was to almost shatter the moon god armor. He looked up into the sky and saw 3 black figures land beside him. The 3 of them stood in a triangular formation. The white-bearded old man standing at the front was obviously the representative of the 3. "Brat, who are you to be able to kill our Wuliang Mountain's master at such a young age?" The white-bearded old man's expression was cold. When he spoke, he clenched his fists as if he was trying his best to control his anger. Qin Feng didn't need to think too much to guess that this person was Immeasurable Mountain's Abbot Yuan Kong. Earlier, Qin Feng had not been able to see through this old man's cultivation. Now that he was standing before Qin Fun, the sense of mystery and pressure he gave off became even stronger. Abbot Yuan Kong, why are you still talking nonsense with this brat? Since he dared to kill junior brother Yuanda and Yuan Song, let me personally kill him. One of the gray-robed elders couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his palm and slammed it down, but at this moment the roars of wild beasts rang out from behind the three of them. Their expressions changed, and they all turned to look. Over 100 ferocious beasts were madly charging towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust wherever they went. Even the ground beneath their feet was trembling violently. They seemed unstoppable. Rumble! Yuan Shan's palm had already landed, smashing an even deeper mark into the deep pit. However, when the three of them turned around to take a look, they discovered that Qin Feng had already escaped. I can't believe we let that brat get away. Yuan Shan glared angrily. The elder standing on the other side was also a grandmaster of Wuliang Mountain. His name was Yuan Zhong. He, Yuan Shan, and the dead Yuanda and Yuan Song made up a total of 4 people. They were the 4 great protectors of Wuliang Mountain. Yuan Zhong also had a cold expression on his face. He was displeased that Qin Feng had escaped. However, Abbot Yuan Kong had already regained his calm expression. He looked at the army of over 100 beasts and said indifferently, "There's no need to care about that brat who escaped. Tonight, let us start a massacre. Not a single one will be spared." Amit Ba! Abbot Yuan Kong's voice was still reverberating in the air, but he had already charged into the army of beasts. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong were stunned. When they heard the abbot say Amit Ba while slaughtering beasts, they both felt very awkward. The battle had already begun. Yuan Kong stepped into the ferocious army of beasts, but it was as if he had stepped into an uninhabited land. With a single palm strike, he sent several rank 2 magical beasts flying into the sky. Even rank 3 spiritual beasts were unable to stop him. The indestructible army of beasts had already been scattered, and the Qiao family was completely defenseless. Yuan Kong's cultivation realm shocked the crowd. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful existence. "Humph, you're just a bunch of beasts, and you dare to behave so atrociously. Today, I'll kill you all and then send you off to the afterlife." The more Yuan Kong killed, the more ferocious he became. His eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer looked like an abbot. When he attacked, he was even more ferocious than a heinous villain. The dozen or so spiritual birds circling in the sky suddenly swooped down, spitting out a rain of fire in midair. However, Yuan Kong did not even look at them. He first smashed 3 wild boars in front of him into pieces before leaping into the air, heading towards the center of the flames. Rumble! The flames howled, enveloping Yuan Kong's body. However, there seemed to be an invisible layer of innate qi barrier around his body. The flames couldn't even get close to his body, and his palm had already descended from the sky. Immediately, flesh and blood splattered, and more than 10 spirit birds exploded into pieces. When the Qiao family saw this cruel scene, they all pounced at Yuan Kong as if they had gone mad. However, they were too weak, and they were sent flying by the true qi that exploded from Yuan Kong's body when they were only 50 meters away from him. The army of beasts also went berserk. The group of magical beasts attacked Yuan Kong as if they did not care about their lives. Fireballs and ice filled the sky, and there were even a few bolts of lightning flashing in midair. Such a powerful and ferocious attack shocked even Qin Feng. However, Yuan Kong did not retreat at all. He continued to strike with his palms, and the densely packed palm prints crashed into the bodies of the beasts. Beasts' angry and pained cries rang out everywhere. "Old bald donkey, take this!" A furious roar shook the sky. The golden fur lion king grabbed the air, and the dragon saber was sent to his hand through the system. As soon as the saber was in his hand, he swung it through the air. Instantly, the air exploded, and a 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. However, Yuan Kong had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he had sent the golden fur Lion King flying 100 meters away with a palm strike. Bang, bang, bang. The intense battle continued. Qin Feng stood on his golden wheel and flew in the sky. He was observing Yuan Kong's strength. But the more he looked, the more he could not see through this person's strength. The golden fur Lion King was an expert at the 5th stage of true qi. With the help of the dragon saber, he would not be afraid even if he were to face an expert at the 6th stage of true qi. However, he was defeated by Yuan Kong with a single palm strike. Qin Feng began to measure his own strength. He was afraid that he was not much better than the Lion King. Stinking brat, let's see if you can still escape this time. However, Qin Feng was distracted for a moment, and his position was locked on by Yuan Shan. A strong wind blew, and a black shadow attacked from within the wind. Its speed was so fast that it left people speechless. By the time Qin Feng reacted, Yuan Shan's palm strike was already close. The palm strike hit Qin Feng's chest, and he was sent flying 100 meters away. The ground sank into a huge pit. Qin Feng had been seriously injured by Yuan Kong's palm strike, and now he was vomiting blood nonstop. Master, Duan Yu is requesting to leave the battle. Duan Yu's anxious and angry voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was also confused by Yuan Kong and the others, and he actually forgot about Duan Yu, who he had just drawn. Seeing a black shadow appear in the air, Yuan Shan had already arrived above the huge pit. He slammed his palm down again, and in an instant hundreds of palm prints condensed in front of him, whistling through the air. Ha! Stinking brat, this is the result of going against Wuliang Mountain. Yuan Shan laughed loudly, but suddenly the smile on his face froze. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. In the deep pit, a man in a green robe appeared out of nowhere. The man was tall and straight, and his skin was fair and clean. He was incomparably handsome. He put his index and middle fingers together and pointed in the air a few times, and several sword rays shot into the sky. The sword aura surged and instantly broke through Yuan Shan's palm prints. The sword rays flashed, and their speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Yuan Shan barely managed to dodge a few sword rays before his body was hit by dozens of sword aura, and he fell to the ground. Senior brother Yuan Shan, are you all right? Yuan Zhong noticed the situation and quickly rushed over. When he helped Yuan Shan, who was covered in sword wounds, he was extremely shocked. Qin Feng was only in his early 20s, so how could he injure senior brother Yuan Shan, who was at the 7th stage of true qi? But before Yuan Shan could explain, Duan Yu had already jumped out of the huge pit with Qin Feng in his arms. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the side and began to heal. Although Duan Yu was thin and tall, he stood in front of Qin Feng like a towering mountain. Stinking brat, where did you come from? Tonight, my Wuliang Mountain's Abbot Yuan Kong will personally lead the troops to attack distant Ice City. I advise you to surrender obediently. Yuan Zhong was startled by Duan Yu, who suddenly jumped out. He guessed that senior brother Yuan Shan was most likely injured by Duan Yu, and he was somewhat fearful. How dare you injure my master? Tonight, all of you will die. Duan Yu didn't waste any more words. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved both his hands. This move was very strange, and Yuan Zhong was stunned for a while, not knowing what Duan Yu was doing. Be careful of that guy's sword qi. He's an expert in the way of the sword. Yuan Shan shouted and pulled Yuan Zhong along as he ran. The ground behind the two of them continuously exploded. Duan Yu stood in place, without moving. His hands were like the wind, his fingers were like long swords, and the moment his fingers touched, the sword qi would fall. Yuan Zhong finally experienced Duan Yu's strength. Although this guy had only stepped into the 6th stage of true qi, his sword techniques were superb. Even the experts in the way of the sword from the number 1 great sword sect in the divine continent were probably not as good as him. Loud noises rang out from all directions, and the 2 experts of the 7th stage of true qi were beaten to the ground. Yuan Kong swept a glance over and immediately roared in anger. You two pieces of trash! You can't even kill that brat! Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong were full of grievances, but they didn't dare to vent it out. Yuan Zhong hurriedly shouted, Abbot Yuan Kong, there's another expert here, and his sword techniques are superb. Yuan Kong was stunned. He thought to himself, Qin Fin isn't the only one over there. Since when did a sword Dao expert appear? He had no choice but to stop slaughtering the Beast Tribe army. He leaped into the air and covered the distance of several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1384. Boom! In an instant, a huge true energy handprint condensed in the air. The handprint was not fast, but it seemed to cover half the sky as it descended unhurriedly toward Duan Yu's head. Under the handprint, a violent gust of wind blew, and an extremely strong aura of death shrouded the ground. Qin Fuan and Duan Yu's expressions turned serious. Qin Fin shouted for Duan Yu to dodge. Duan Yu also wanted to dodge, but he felt as if his feet were filled with lead, and his speed was not as fast as the descending true energy handprint. Seeing that the handprint was already above his head and that there was no way to dodge, Duan Yu simply attacked with all his strength. His two fingers continuously pointed at the air, and in an instant, thousands of sword auras shot out from his fingertips. This profound swordsmanship made Abbot Yuan Kong's eyes light up. Bang, bang, bang. The sword auras collided with the huge true energy handprint, causing a violent explosion. Every time Duan Yu pointed, the sword auras shot out with the ferocious attacks of a true energy stage 6 expert. Now that the thousands of sword auras continued to fall, they did not penetrate the handprint that Yuan Kong had sent out. Instead, it made the originally solid handprint seem illusory. Duan Yu run! Qin Fin could not help but shout. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the plains. The true energy handprint landed completely, creating a huge crater in a radius of 100 meters. Even though Duan Yu was a true energy stage 6 expert swordsman, he could not withstand Yuan Kong's ferocious palm strike. Humph! A mere true Qi stage 6 Taoist dares to make a move in front of this old man, simply overestimating himself. Yuan Kong's expression turned cold. He did not give Duan Yu any chance of survival. He raised his palms again, and in an instant dozens of palm strikes fell. The air was filled with explosions. This time, hundreds of palm winds were sent out. They were extremely fast, and in an instant they fell into the deep crater, causing it to sink even deeper. The beast army had just arrived. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong stood at the side with smug expressions. Even Abbot Yuan Kong had made a move, so the two of them were not worried at all. They were already certain that Duan Yu had died a horrible death in the crater. That kid is not dead, but his aura is gone? Halfway through his attack, Yuan Kong suddenly let out a scream, startling Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong, who immediately surrounded him. Abbot, that brat was slapped to death by you. Naturally, his aura is gone. Yuan Shan looked confused. Yuan Zhong looked confused as well. He didn't know what was wrong with the abbot. However, Yuan Kong's expression became even more bewildered. He leaped and landed in a huge pit dozens of meters away. In just a breath's time, he jumped out of the deep pit again. No, that brat didn't die. He ran away. When Yuan Kong said that, Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong's faces were filled with terror. They had seen with their own eyes how Duan Yu was smashed into the ground. In addition to Abbot Yuan Kong's subsequent ferocious attacks, even an expert at the 7th layer of true Qi would not be able to withstand it. How could that brat, who was merely at the 6th layer of true Qi, survive? Not to mention escaping. Abbot, did you see wrongly? That brat must have been blown to smithereens by you, Yuan Zhong said. Yuan Kong glared at Yuan Zhong angrily, but he did not say anything else. He had personally gone to the huge pit to take a look, so how could he be mistaken? His expression changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In a breath's time, he appeared next to Qin Feng. Stinking brat, did you hide that guy? Yuan Zhong and Yuan Shan looked at the abbot in disbelief. They even wondered if the abbot had gone senile. Qin Feng was heavily injured and could barely protect himself. How could he hide that expert swordsman? Qin Feng's expression became serious. He had indeed recalled Duan Yu into the system. He didn't expect the abbot of Wuliang Mountain to see through him. Facing this expert, whose strength he couldn't see through, Qin Feng felt that he didn't even have a chance to attack. It's fine if you don't say it. You're going to die anyway. Yuan Kong suddenly lost his patience. The skinny hand in the robe had already slammed downwards. Instantly, a wild gale was stirred up, and Qin Feng felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him. He did not dare to hesitate at all. With a thought, a loud explosion sounded out from beneath him. Rumble! The palm landed, but it hit nothing but air. It sank into a huge pit on the plains. Qin Feng's figure was no longer in the pit. Instead, there was a huge, strange machine. When Yuan Kong saw the strange machine, he was stunned. Clearly, he had never seen it before. Fuck! Abbot, what is this thing? It looks like advanced technology from the outside world. It looks like a car. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong rushed over. They were immediately shocked by the black dragon chariot in the pit. The three of them were all experts of Wuliang Mountain in China. They usually stayed in their sects and cultivated. Even though they went to the secular world of China several decades ago, they had never seen a car as domineering as the black dragon chariot. How was this a fucking car? It was the size of a tank. Hearing Yuan Zhong's words, Yuan Kong shouted angrily, "Bullshit! How can it be from the outside world? This is China. Only we can go out. People from the outside world can't come in at all." Yuan Zhong suddenly came to his senses. He nodded repeatedly. However, while the three of them were still in shock, the huge, strange machine suddenly moved. "This is bad, Abbot. That thing is moving." Yuan Shan was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Yuan Zhong's voice was also trembling slightly. This thing looks really powerful. Should we leave this place? Yuan Kong was actually a little uncertain, but he pretended to be calm and shouted, "You 2 pieces of trash. A mere pile of scrap metal can scare you like this. That guy must be hiding in this pile of scrap metal. Oh no, he's trying to escape." Halfway through his sentence, Yuan Kong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly struck out with his palm. Hundreds of small handprints suddenly fell down like sharp arrows flying out, but the handprints actually hit nothing but air. The black dragon chariot charged forward with full horsepower, like a rocket shooting into the sky, swift and violent. "Oh my God, what the hell is this thing? It's too fast." "Be careful, Abbot. That thing can kill people." Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong hurriedly dodged. Yuan Kong was so scared that he took a few steps back. Just as he steadied his feet, the black dragon chariot flew out of the pit, brushed past his head, and rushed into the sky. Who cares what the hell it is? Give it a good beating. I don't believe that it can't even kill 2 pieces of trash at the 6th stage of True Qi. Yuan Kong felt like he had been slapped in the face. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong were still a little afraid of the black dragon chariot, but since the abbot had given the order, they could only bite the bullet and follow. Rumble! The moment the chariot landed, the entire plain shook. The beast army that had just rushed over was stunned. The Qiao family stared dumbfoundedly at the giant chariot speeding across the plain. They felt like something was wrong. This was the divine land. Roar, roar! The beasts' roars were earth-shattering. They were also shocked by the appearance of the black dragon chariot. Many beasts even started to retreat and stared vigilantly at the strange things running around. Qin Feng was inside the chariot. The space inside was huge. It was even more spacious than an RV. The control panel was similar to the black dragon tank. It didn't take him long to study it thoroughly. "Little pig, is Duan Yu okay?" Qin Feng had just escaped death. He drove the black dragon tank and asked about Duan Yu's condition. "Master, don't worry. Duan, you only suffered some internal injuries. He'll recover in a few days. Hearing Little Pig's words, Qin Feng calmed down. But the moment he looked up, he was so scared that he almost drove the black dragon chariot into a deep pit. Xiao Gong was leading a beast army to chase after him. Rumble! Fireballs and ice filled the sky and landed around the car. There were even a few bolts of lightning striking down. Qin Feng felt as if he was filming a war film. He was driving the jeep and was about to kill his way into a local army camp. Many fireballs and ice spikes hit the chariot. Every time they landed, the chariot would shake. But the black dragon chariot was made of extremely hard material. It was undamaged by the barrage. Father-in-law, don't hit me. Qin Feng hurriedly took the car's loudspeaker and shouted. Instantly, the entire plane reverberated with his voice. It was even more powerful than Yuan Kong's true qi amplification. The Qiao family was stunned. A few people fell from the beast chariot. They looked at the giant chariot running across the plain in disbelief. Qin Feng did this? Son-in-law Qin Feng, are you really in the chariot? Xiao Gong asked uncertainly. It's my father-in-law. You guys go and guard the entrance of Distant Ice City. Leave this to me. Qin Feng quickly made arrangements. Now that all the Wuliang Mountain elites were here, and there were only a few disciples fighting at the entrance, the beast army, led by Xiao Gong, couldn't defeat Yuan Kong and the other two. But they could take care of the Wuliang Mountain disciples. Xiao Gong and the others hesitated. They knew they should obey Qin Feng, but they were worried about Qin Feng's safety. Yuan Kong and the other two were extremely powerful. If they left Qin Feng alone here, he would definitely be in danger. Qin Feng, that's enough, father-in-law. Do as I say and I'll be fine. If we don't go back, Distant Ice City will be conquered. Before Xiao Gong could say anything else, Qin Feng gave the order in an unquestionable tone. The Qiao family clenched their teeth and retreated. The beast army ferociously charged toward the entrance. On this vast plain, only Yuan Kong and the other two, Qin Feng and the domineering black dragon chariot, were left. Stinking brat, it really was you. I don't care what kind of crappy toy you have. I'll smash it with one palm. Yuan Kong leaped onto the black dragon chariot. He lowered his hand and slapped the roof of the chariot with true energy. This was the fierce attack of a true Qi stage 7 elite. It was like a mountain smashing down from the sky. The violent vibration made Qin Feng roll a few times in the chariot. However, when he steadied himself, he was shocked. He looked at the roof of the black dragon chariot and realized it wasn't cracked. There was only a small dent. Rumble! A loud noise came from the roof again. Yuan Kong slapped the roof like crazy. He was extremely shocked. He couldn't figure out what this crappy toy was made of. Even he couldn't smash it? Master, hurry and shake that guy off. Although the black dragon chariot is extremely hard, it can't withstand continuous fierce attacks. Little Pig's anxious voice came. Qin Feng had already sat at the control panel. Seeing the few dents on the roof of his beloved chariot, Qin Feng was furious. Chapter 1385. Whoosh whoosh. The black dragon chariot's controls were the same as a normal car, but there were many more buttons on the control panel. Qin Feng stepped on the gas pedal, and the chariot's speed instantly rose to 5,000 revolutions per minute. The wheels spun rapidly, and the chariot roared like a mad beast. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Feng stepped on the gas pedal deeper and deeper, and the chariot's speed soared. At this moment, the needle had already landed on 300 miles per hour. Yuan Kong, who was lying on the roof of the chariot, jumped in shock. His hands tightly gripped the luggage bars on both sides, not daring to let go. The wind held around him, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Fuck! Is that thing a chariot or a plane? How can it run so fast? Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong froze on the spot. They watched in shock as the black dragon chariot sped all the way. Suddenly, Yuan Shan yelled, "It's over. Abbot Yuan Kong called us again. Yuan Zhong finally came to his senses and asked dumbly, "What did he call us for?" He said, "If we don't act, then we'll just wait to die." The two of them jumped in shock, and only then did they completely come to their senses. Under the night sky, two black shadows appeared. They were extremely fast, and in no time they caught up to the black dragon chariot. Yuan Shan had already struck out with both of his palms, and hundreds of palm prints landed on the back of the black dragon chariot. Yuan Zhong leaped lightly, landed a few hundred meters in front of the chariot, and struck the front of the chariot several times. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 true Qi masters attacked from 3 different directions. Even though the black dragon chariot was incredibly hard, it still swayed left and right under the ferocious true Qi attacks. If Qin Feng hadn't already obtained the intermediate racing skill, the black dragon chariot would have flipped. "These bastards! How dare they destroy my beloved chariot!" Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and did a large drift. The speeding war chariot suddenly slowed down, and the inertia was so strong that Yuan Kong's body was flung into the air. If he hadn't been tightly holding onto the luggage bar, he would have been flung into the air. The beautiful drift was completed in the blink of an eye. Yuan Shan, who was flying over, didn't have time to react. He even chased after the chariot with all his might, only to find that the chariot was speeding towards him. "Kill you, you old, bald donkey!" Qin Feng yelled excitedly. He stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. That feeling was too exciting. Yuan Shan was so scared that his legs were trembling. For a moment he forgot to dodge. Seeing that the gigantic chariot was about to run over him, Yuan Kong leaped up, grabbed Yuan Shan, and rolled to the side. "Are you tired of living?" Yuan Kong roared angrily after stabilizing himself. Yuan Shan's face was pale with fright. As a true Qi Stage 7 expert, he was not afraid of facing all kinds of experts in the divine continent. But now that he was facing a strange machine, he was momentarily unable to adapt. Yuan Zhong leaped and landed beside the two of them. He glanced at the war chariot that was speeding across the plain and said, "Abbot, that must be the advanced technology of the outside world. When I came out of my closed-door training 40 years ago, I saw this kind of machine. But those cars were very small and they weren't this fast. It seems like the technology of the outside world has advanced very quickly in the past 40 years. I'm afraid it's even faster than our cultivation." Yuan Zhong's words made the other two's expressions turn serious. 20 years ago, the outside world had a great war with the Jew men. That war ended with the victory of the Huaxia secular world's firearms. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The Jew men had been painstakingly cultivating. They thought they would have a chance to fight again. Who would have thought that the advanced technology of the outside world had advanced so quickly? The 3 of them couldn't help but think of the disciples of the various sects who went out to train but were chased back. It seemed like the Huaxia secular world had really risen. This Brett really is from the outside world. He can be arrogant in the outside world, but he still dares to be so arrogant in the divine continent? I'll teach him a lesson today. Yuan Kong blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. Although the black dragon chariot was powerful, it didn't really pose a threat to Yuan Kong. In fact, he even made a dent in the roof of the chariot with his palms. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong gradually calmed down. If they met Qin Feng in the outside world, they might really have to run. But this was the divine continent. Why would they be afraid of an outsider like Qin Feng? Rumble. As soon as Yuan Kong finished speaking, he sprinted forward. He was like a sharp arrow in the dark of the night. In a short while, he caught up to the chariot. Yuan Shan slammed his palms down, and hundreds of palm prints whizzed forward, causing the black dragon chariot to sway left and right. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong followed up with their attacks. Under their fierce attacks, the black dragon chariot slowed down. Yuan Kong grasped the timing and leaped into the air. Suddenly, golden light burst out from his body, and he looked like an arhat descending from the heavens. Haha. Abbot Yuan Kong used his Arhut golden body. That brat is going to be crippled. This gigantic chariot looks pretty tough, but I guess it won't be able to withstand the power of the abbot's palm this time. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong grinned evilly when they saw the abbot flashing with golden light in the night sky. They even stopped chasing after the black dragon chariot and stared at the abbot's move without blinking. Rumble. Yuan Kong had already used his move. He lightly slapped the ground with his palm. His movement was very slow, like the Tai Chi palm that the old man used. However, in the blink of an eye, a strong wind blew, and a deafening explosion sounded. A golden palm print condensed in the night sky, and it fell on the plains like a scorching sun. Qin Feng could feel the power of the palm even though he was sitting in the black dragon chariot. The temperature around him rose rapidly, and smoke rose from the chariot. Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. He felt that the black dragon chariot would be completely destroyed by the palm. Master, quickly counterattack. Fire the cannon. Little Pig said anxiously. Qin Feng was stunned. He had just obtained the black dragon chariot, and this was his first time driving it. He thought it was just a vehicle, but it was equipped with cannons as well. Soon, Qin Feng had mastered the cannon system of the chariot. It was similar to the black dragon tank. When the golden palm print was about to hit the ground, Qin Feng activated his will, and a skylight suddenly appeared on the roof of the gigantic chariot, and an anti-aircraft cannon poked out Rumble. A deafening explosion shook the entire plains. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They thought it was the power of the abbot's palm, but in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. They saw the gigantic chariot still flying on the plains, and they heard the abbot scream in the sky. The abbot was sent flying. Rumble. The aftershocks of the anti-aircraft cannons had yet to subside, and the entire valley was shaking. Even Xiao Gong and the other disciples of Wuliang Mountain, who were engaged in a bloody battle at the entrance of distant Ice City, were stunned for a moment. They looked at the blood-red sky in shock. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. The anti-aircraft cannon fired a red cannonball, and it looked as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Yuan Kong's golden palm print was incredibly powerful, but it was directly destroyed by the anti-aircraft cannon. However, after coming back to his senses, Qin Feng's heart started to bleed. The red cannonball cost 10,000 hedonist points each. It was simply too expensive. Brat, how dare you hurt our sex abbot? Die! Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong suddenly attacked, turning into two black shadows that darted back and forth in the night sky. Qin Feng drove the black dragon chariot at high speed, but he didn't dare to use the anti-aircraft cannon carelessly. Putting aside the fact that each red cannonball cost 10,000 hedonist points, he wouldn't be able to hit the target even if he fired it at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. The two people's attacks landed. The gigantic chariot was now riddled with holes, and its original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Qin Feng was filled with rage. He pressed the fire button next to the anti-aircraft cannon, and suddenly the roof of the chariot and the doors on both sides of the back seat opened by themselves. A dozen or so laser guns were ready, and red laser bullets shot out like raindrops. Ta ta ta! Suddenly, gunshots rang out everywhere. Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong, who were chasing after the chariot, were dumbfounded when they saw the red laser bullets coming at them like raindrops. What the hell was this? Ouch, what the hell is this? It's so fucking painful when it hits my body. Yuan Shan was already shrieking. Yuan Zhong was in an even worse state. He had just jumped onto the roof of the chariot and was about to stomp through it when he discovered that the roof had opened by itself. Instantly, thousands of laser bullets landed on his body, and he felt as if he had been electrocuted. His body swayed uncontrollably in the wind. The red laser bullets were cheap, costing 1 hedonist point. In a fit of rage, Qin Feng bought 10,000 hedonist points worth of laser bullets and hit Yuan Shan and Yuan Zhong so hard that they couldn't even take care of themselves. "You stinking brat, if you have the guts, get out of the chariot and fight. What kind of man are you if you use these things?" Yuan Shan cursed. Qin Feng didn't want to waste any more time. The longer he was out of the chariot, the more dangerous it would be. However, he still had to drive the black dragon chariot, so he couldn't leave the chariot. However, he heard Little Pig excitedly yell, "Master, master, hurry and let me out." "I'll help you drive." Qin Feng froze and his mouth gaped. "A pig can drive? Are you kidding me?" Little Pig grumbled. "So what if I'm a pig? I'm an experienced driver." Qin Feng rolled his eyes, and in the end, let Little Pig out. He watched as Little Pig excitedly jumped onto the steering wheel, and its 2 front hooves spun around. It looked quite comical. This was a spacious plane, so Qin Feng wasn't afraid of Little Pig crashing into the chariot. Looking at the 2 people behind and on the roof, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he suddenly disappeared into the chariot. Whoosh! 2 balls of fire floated in the night sky, and the laser guns on top of the chariot suddenly disappeared. Yuan Zhong, who had been shot into the air, finally steadied himself. His gray robe was tattered, and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely pathetic. "Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you." Yuan Zhong was completely enraged. He leaped into the air, and when he saw that Qin Feng finally dared to come out, he was extremely excited. The black dragon chariot was indeed powerful, but in Yuan Zhong's eyes, Qin Feng was only a stage 6 true Qi martial artist. Moreover, Qin Feng was injured, so Yuan Zhong didn't take him seriously at all. Boom! Before the figure arrived, Yuan Zhong had already sent out several palm strikes. Instantly, hundreds of palm prints rose into the air, and it looked as if they were going to explode the air. Chapter 1386. Whoosh! Seeing that the palm print was about to land on his body, Qin Feng stabbed the air in front of him. There was nothing in his hand. Yuan Zhong was stunned when he did this. He didn't know what Qin Feng was up to this time, but in the next moment, a blood-red long spear appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it transformed into thousands of spear lights. The rainbow-colored light pierced through Yuan Zhong's palm imprint like it was tofu, and then pierced through his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only then did the sound of wind breaking resound continuously. The momentum was shocking. Yuan Zhong's body froze in midair. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Qin Feng's explosive attack to be so powerful. He didn't expect this kid to have hidden the Scarlet Devil Red equipment. He didn't expect to die in his hands. There were many things that Yuan Zhong didn't expect. However, his body had already started to spurt out blood and exploded into a pool of blood. Qin Feng landed on the ground after killing Yuan Zhong. His face was a bit pale. After such a series of fierce attacks, his body couldn't hold on any longer. The black dragon chariot was still speeding on the plain. It was only a dozen kilometers away. Qin Feng was furious because of this dead pig. He didn't even have time to hide in the chariot to recuperate. You killed junior brother Yuan Zhong? Yuan Shan's voice came. He had already landed dozens of meters away from Qin Feng. Seeing the blood and flesh falling from the sky, Yuan Shan's eyes were filled with shock. However, he quickly regained his senses and slapped at Qin Feng without saying anything. Rumble! The palm print turned into a gust of wind and instantly filled the void. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly stabbed the spear. Thousands of spear lights instantly shot out. However, the momentum was much weaker than the spear that killed Yuan Zhong. The palm print was unexpectedly not pierced through. Qin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He stepped on the golden wheel and disappeared into the night sky. "Brat, don't run if you have the guts." Yuan Shan was completely furious. He chased after Qin Feng. It seemed like he wanted to fight to the death with him. The golden wheel was extremely fast. However, Yuan Shan's speed wasn't slow either. At this moment, Yuan Shan's body was glowing with golden light. This was the effect of activating the body of the diamond. Brat, let's see where you can run to now. Once the body of the diamond appeared, Yuan Shan seemed to have become a different person. His speed, strength, and other abilities were greatly enhanced. He seemed to have leaped lightly, but he instantly traversed hundreds of meters and arrived behind Qinfen. Rumble! Without any hesitation, he struck out with his palm. This time, a huge golden palm was formed. Although it was not as ferocious as Yuan Kong's palm, it was still incomparably violent. Qin Feng was hit in the back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Because the moon god armor was about to shatter, Qin Feng didn't dare to wear it. This palm landed squarely on his body, and he felt as if his organs were in disarray. Bang! When he fell to the ground, there was another loud crash. Qin Feng's bones were about to fall apart. Yuan Shan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. He followed him like a shadow and slammed his palm down as soon as he arrived at the edge of the crater. Rumble! A golden palm imprint was also condensed into a berserk strike, which ferociously slammed into Qin Feng's chest. Yuan Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly. After the palm landed, he didn't even bother to look at Qin Feng. He was certain that Qin Feng was dead for sure. However, halfway through his laughter, Yuan Shan suddenly froze. Numerous rays of golden light shot out from the crater, blinding him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. They were even more dazzling than his diamond body. Seeing Qin Feng, who was shining with golden light, stand up from the crater, Yuan Shan looked as if he had seen a ghost. You're not dead yet." Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't answer Yuan Shan's question. He didn't die, didn't he? Under that palm, Qin Feng's paragon cultivation technique, the Vajra arts, was passively activated. The first layer of the Vajra arts' invincible golden body was activated. Right now, he had the same invincible golden body as Yuan Shan. However, the two of them cultivated different golden body cultivation techniques. In front of the paragon level Vajra arts, Yuan Shan's diamond body was like a stray dog. "Humph, you really are a cockroach. I don't believe that I can't slap you to death." Yuan Shan quickly regained his senses. Before he could see the changes in Qin Feng's body, he swung his palm again. Instantly, a gust of wind rose from his palm. However, Qin Feng didn't move from his original position and punched the air. Rumble! The punch seemed to have the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. A fierce golden tiger soared into the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the incoming palm print. The gust of wind from the punch was mixed with countless sword cries. This special grade Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist was created by Qin Feng using the Divine Skill interface. The palm print was penetrated, and numerous sword lights slashed Yuan Shan's body. Yuan Shan's expression changed drastically, and he retreated quickly. He was almost killed by the power of the solitary 9 swords. You also have a golden body?" Yuan Shan retreated to an empty space 100 meters away and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. His expression gradually became serious, as if it was the first time he had seen Qin Feng. This aunt that he had originally ignored was now a threat to his life. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to attack. He adjusted the chaotic true qi in his body while thinking about another question. Previously, he realized that the Wuliang Mountain in China was very similar to the Shaolin Temple in the secular world of Huaxia. Now that he saw Yuan Kong and Yuan Shan activating the invincible golden body, he was even more certain that the two sects were closely related. When Qin Feng fought against Shaolin Temple's monk Yuan Qing and martial uncle Yuan Zhen, both of them also cultivated the golden body technique. However, the Shaolin Temple's golden body technique was a little incomplete. After activating it, it caused great damage to the user's body. On the other hand, the Wuliang Mountain's golden body technique was a lot more complete. At least, Qin Feng didn't see anything unusual after Yuan Kong and Yuan Shan activated the golden body technique. You dare to play with the golden body in front of the Wuliang Mountain? Watch how I'll torture you to death." While Qin Fen was in a daze, Yuan Shan suddenly launched a sneak attack. His palm didn't condense into a palm print in the void. Instead, his palm glowed with a golden light. Qin Fen quickly regained his senses and threw a punch without thinking. Rumble. The fist and the palm collided like two speeding trains colliding. The ground under their feet instantly cracked, and the cracks spread out for hundreds of meters. The golden light on both of them became even more dazzling. However, in comparison, Qin Fen's golden body was like a blazing sun, while Yuan Shan's golden body was like a setting sun. The light was completely suppressed by Qin Fen. The air was filled with the roar of a tiger and the cry of a sword. When they collided, Qin Fen couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He felt his chest churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yuan Shan was thrown into the sky by Qin Fen's punch. His body was like a kite with a broken string, completely out of control. At that moment, his eyes were filled with terror. He was a master of the Wuliang Mountain and had cultivated the golden body technique of the sect since he was young. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat Qin Fen's golden body. "You don't have to doubt me. My golden body technique is invincible. What's a mere Wuliang Mountain's golden body to me?" Qin Fen snorted coldly and attacked with both of his palms. Instantly, flames rose into the sky, mixed with the faint sound of wind. Once the fire blade technique was unleashed, it was as if nothing could stop it. Yuan Shan's body was enveloped by the fireball in the sky and then cut by the wind blade. Moments later, he exploded into a mist of blood. Rumble! The destructive flames were still burning in the air, looking as if they were going to burn the sky. Qin Fen had long since landed on the ground, consecutively killing 2 venerables with true energy. Level 7 had depleted his body of true energy. "Ayaya, you little bastard! How dare you kill the 4 great protectors of the Wuliang Mountain? If I don't tear you to pieces today, then my name isn't Yuan Kong." An angry roar came from afar, and a giant golden palm fell from the sky. Under the pressure of the palm, Qin Fen felt extremely pressured. He didn't even have the strength to move. He watched as the palm fell to the ground, and an unprecedented aura of death approached Qin Fen. At that moment, the wind held behind him. Little Pig had returned in the black dragon chariot. "Master, master, there's no time to explain. Hurry and get in the chariot." Little Pig's anxious voice sounded in Qin Fen's mind. Qin Fen's thoughts moved slightly, and his figure disappeared from the plains. The ground where he was standing suddenly exploded, and the black dragon chariot was sent flying dozens of meters into the sky. The chariot flipped in the wind. In the control room, Qin Fen and Little Pig were also flipping around. They felt dizzy. Yuan Kong completely exploded. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an enraged beast. He leaped into the air and fiercely slammed his palms down. Hundreds of small golden palm prints hit the chariot, and loud noises rang out incessantly. "Master, the black dragon chariot can't hold on much longer." Little Pig jumped into Qin Fen's arms and anxiously clawed at the chariot. Qin Fen was angered by Yuan Kong. He forcefully grabbed the seat and slammed all the buttons on the control panel. Suddenly, the black dragon chariot's appearance changed greatly. Almost all the frames around the chariot opened up by themselves. Dozens of laser guns were ready, and the anti-aircraft turrets on the top of the chariot also stretched out. There was even a cannon opening at the bottom of the chariot. It was actually the place to fire tracking missiles. Rumble! A loud noise suddenly exploded, and the dozens of laser guns, anti-aircraft turrets, and tracking missiles all fired at the same time. The sky was filled with red light, and it was as if raindrops were falling densely. The anti-aircraft turrets soared into the sky, and the instant they fired, the deafening sound seemed to shake the sky. Yuan Kong suddenly stopped. Seeing the missiles that filled the sky, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly slammed his palms into the air. There was a huge golden palm print, and hundreds of small palm prints rose into the sky. The two powerful attacks collided in the sky. The sound of the explosion was like thunder falling to the ground. The dark night was illuminated as if it was daytime. The air was shattered, and it looked like the end of the world. The crowd at the entrance in the distance stopped their attacks again. They looked at the beautiful sparks in the sky, dumbfounded. Qiao Shi and the others knew Qin Fun's realm. He was only at the 6th stage of true qi, so they didn't know how he could explode with such a powerful attack. The black dragon chariot flew to an altitude of 100 meters and began to fall. Yuan Kong was so scared that he hurriedly retreated to an empty space 100 meters away. The moment it fell, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The loud noise seemed like it was going to blow a hole in the ground. Everyone was shocked. After waiting for a long time, Yuan Kong finally jumped and landed on the edge of the giant pit. Chapter 1387. Standing at the edge of the crater and observing for a while, Yuan Kong suddenly laughed out loud. He had long been afraid of the black dragon chariot, but he did not expect Qin Feng to end up destroying the chariot and killing himself. Haha, brat, let's see how you're going to fight me without this pile of scrap metal. Yuan Kong had already jumped into the crater. He could still sense Qin Feng's aura. Qin Feng was not dead, but his aura was extremely weak. He was not far from death. As soon as he jumped down, Yuan Kong grabbed the black dragon chariot with one hand and tossed it to the empty ground outside. Qin Feng lay on the side, his clothes tattered and covered in blood. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Without the black dragon chariot, Yuan Kong's guard was instantly lifted. Looking at Qin Feng, who could not even stand up, he could not help but burst into laughter again. Brat, you're from the outside world. How did you get into China? Yuan Kong was not in a hurry to kill Qin Feng because he still had many questions to ask. Qin Feng's eyelids drooped, and he found it difficult to breathe. After a while, he said, I'm indeed from the outside world. I came back with the extinction sect's disciples who came out of seclusion. Hearing this, Yuan Kong's expression changed, and he exclaimed, I know. You're the #1 person in China's secular world, Qin Feng. Now that you're wanted by all the sacred sects in China, I'm going to be rich. As long as I capture you, I'll be rewarded handsomely. Yuan Kong was originally angry that 4 of the sacred sects had died, but now he was excited. Qin Feng was an outsider from China. Now that all the sacred sects had taken out their treasures to capture Qin Feng, as long as someone captured Qin Feng, all the treasures the sacred sects had taken out would belong to that person. Just thinking about it made Yuan Kong cry out in excitement. However, halfway through his laughter, his eyes suddenly burst with fear, and a strong sense of danger swept over him. He saw Qin Feng holding a dazzling blue crossbow in his hand. There was no string on the crossbow, but it drew a deep blue bolt of lightning. Crackle! As soon as the lightning crossbow was drawn, the surrounding air immediately exploded. The lightning crossbow had already landed on Yuan Kong's abdomen, sending him flying into the night sky. The blue lightning bolt was as thick as an arm, and it was as if a bolt of lightning had fallen, exploding in the void. This shot caused the entire valley to shake violently. When Qiao Shi and the others looked over, they thought that it was the sound of thunder. Yuan Kong was in the middle of the sea of lightning. At this moment, his body had long since exploded into pieces. At this point, the abbot and the 4 protectors of Wuliang Mountain had all died at Qin Feng's hands. The turbulent night, sky, gradually calmed down. After Qin Feng killed Yuan Kong, he fainted and fell to the ground. He had used up the last bit of true qi in his body. It was also Yuan Kong's underestimation of his opponent that caused his own death. The battle at the entrance of the distant ice city was still ongoing. Only the 18 arhats of Wuliang Mountain were leading a group of little monks to fight. The 18 arhats were all experts at the 5th level of true qi, while the little monks were basically at the 3rd or 4th level of true qi. This kind of formation was not to be underestimated. The abbot of my immeasurable mountain has already eliminated your main force. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, when the abbot and the 4 masters return, all of you will die. The 18 arhats stared at Xiao Shi and the others like tigers watching their prey. After a fierce battle, both sides had suffered heavy casualties and were now in a stalemate. The disciples of Bagua Mountain thought that the violent commotion in the distance was caused by Abbot Yuan Kong. Even Xiao Gong and the others thought that it was caused by Bagua Mountain. They all knew that Qin Feng was only at the 6th level of true qi, so it was impossible for him to create such a shocking scene. Big Brother Qiao, we will stand guard here. Quickly bring the others to save Qin Feng and the Beast King. The people of Qiao clan were anxious. They thought that Qin Feng was in danger. Xiao Shi already had this plan, so he immediately led the large group and was about to leave. The figures of the 18 arhats flashed and blocked in front of Xiao Shi and the others. They sneered and said, "I think you guys better not go. Your leader has already died. I advise you to surrender quickly. That way, you can still keep your lives." The people of Qiao clan were originally worried about Qin Feng's safety. Hearing the enemy's words, Xiao Shi was instantly enraged. He rode on the 3 ice wolves and charged forward. In midair, the ice wolves spat out several ice thorns and landed on the ground. Whoosh! The moment the ice appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A layer of ice formed on the ground. The 18 arhats were frozen and turned into 18 ice sculptures. The roars of the beasts rang out, and they charged toward the enemy. The little monks of Bagua Mountain were frightened by the ferocious formation and fled. However, just as they were halfway there, they heard a series of loud sounds coming from behind them. The layer of ice on the bodies of the 18 arhats exploded. Golden light blossomed from their bodies, and they became the real 18 golden arhats. Everyone stop running. Senior brothers have activated the invincible golden body. Let's quickly counterattack. We just need to hold on for a little longer. Abbot Yuan Kong and the 4 masters will be back soon. This distant ice city will be our Wuliang Mountains territory. The little monks who had fled halfway ran back excitedly. The 18 arhats had already attacked. They formed the Bronze Man formation and charged forward as if they had entered an uninhabited land. The invincible golden body of Bagua Mountain was also very powerful. The 18 arhats seemed to be made of iron. They ignored the flames and ice of the beasts. Even when a few ferocious beasts collided with them, there was no reaction. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the 18 arhats also increased by a lot. The Qiao clan were all spirit beast masters. Their personal strength was not strong, so how could they withstand this wave of ferocious attacks? Everyone, don't hit those beasts. Let's eliminate the enemy first. Without their control, those beasts are nothing to be afraid of. One of the 18 arhats shouted. He had already discovered the key to defeating the enemy. Everyone immediately chased after the Qiao clan and launched an attack. This was a group of 18 true Qi stage, 5 experts. Now that they had activated the invincible golden body, their strength had increased by a lot. The Qiao clan was forced to retreat without any ability to fight back. We can't retreat anymore. The enemy is about to enter distant ice city. Master Qiao suddenly stopped. He rode on the 3-headed ice wave and stood at the entrance with a dignified expression. The Qiao clan stood behind him. Although they knew the strength of the 18 golden arhats, no one took a step back. Qin Feng, the Beast King, ordered us to defend distant ice city. Even if we die in battle, we can't let him down. Someone shouted. Everyone followed and shouted in unison. The people of Wuliang Mountain had already surrounded them. The 18 arhats had cold smiles on their faces. They did not put Master Qiao and the others in their eyes at all. Suddenly, a palm print attacked. The 18 arhats struck out at the same time. The air in front of them was instantly pierced through like hundreds of sharp arrows flying through the air. The beasts started to roar and used their bodies to block the ferocious palm print. Master Chiao and the others had anxious expressions. They wanted to fight, but they could not even get close to the 18 Arhats. The disciples of Wuliang Mountain all had cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already taken down distant Ice City. However, after a moment, the smiles on their faces suddenly froze. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the night sky. There were 2 balls of flame floating. It was as if they had already arrived above their heads from thousands of meters away in a few breaths' time. The abbot and the 4 masters have returned. Someone shouted excitedly. However, the 18 Arhats had grave expressions. How was this the abbot and the others? It was obviously the young general of the enemy. Oh no, the enemy's leader has returned. Everyone, be careful, one of the Arhats exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked at the sky again. The people who came were really not the abbot and the others. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. The enemy's leader had returned. Wasn't he eliminated by the abbot and the others? Just as the disciples of Wuliang Mountain were astonished, a rainbow light suddenly condensed in the sky. Before they could see clearly what it was, thousands of spear lights descended from the sky like sharp arrows. Qin Feng woke up after being unconscious for a moment. He immediately rushed back to the entrance and saw the scene before him. Without thinking, he stabbed with his spear. The power of the spear instantly pierced through the golden bodies of the 18 Arhats. Rumble! Rumble! Loud noises shook the sky above the mountain peak. Red spear lights filled the sky and fell continuously. On the ground, Qiao Shi and the others were already dumbfounded. The 18 golden bodies Arhats, who were difficult to defeat in their eyes, were easily destroyed by Qin Feng's spear like tofu. With the death of the 18 Arhats, the little monk who rushed over turned and ran in fear. Before Qiao Shi and the others could come back to their senses, Qin Feng waved his hand. The rainbow demon storm spear turned into a shining golden phoenix saber. The golden phoenix slashed down, instantly condensing a saber light that was hundreds of meters long. It landed on the ground and instantly blasted a row of deserters into pieces. Under the power of Qin Feng's spear and saber, the mountain peak was already beyond recognition. Many rocks rolled to the bottom of the mountain, and the continuous sounds of explosions couldn't stop for a moment. This time, none of the 8 trigrams mountain forces that came to attack distant Ice City survived. This battle was a complete victory. However, Qiao Shi and the others still hadn't come back to their senses. Father-in-law, are you guys all right? Qin Feng put away the golden phoenix and strode over to the crowd. Everyone suddenly came to their senses. However, there was still a trace of shock in the depths of their eyes. Qiao Shi grabbed Qin Feng's arm and shouted excitedly, "Son-in-law Qin Feng, you're really too powerful. How is this stage 6 Qi? You're even more powerful than stage 7 Qi. That's right, did you kill the abbot and the others from 8 Trigrams Mountain?" Everyone in the Qiao family looked toward Qin Feng. When they saw him nod, they were all so shocked that their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises. If Qin Feng had killed the 18 Arhats, they could barely accept it. However, he actually killed the abbot and the 4 masters of 8 Trigrams Mountain. They were powerful beings at stage 7 or even stage 8 Qi. Father-in-law, after this battle, I believe that no sacred gate will dare to spy on distant Ice City and Meteor City anymore. For the next few days, you guys should focus on stabilizing the 2 cities, disperse the forces, and quickly build a powerful force. After this intense battle, Qin Feng's voice was weak. Qiao Shi hurriedly helped him sit down. "Okay, I'll definitely do this well." "That's right. What's the name of the new force?" Qiao Shi knew that Qin Feng wanted to build a force that belonged to him in distant Ice City and Meteor City. The names of the Spirit Beast sect and the other 6 great sects naturally couldn't be used anymore. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Spirit Immortal City." Qiao Shi naturally listened to Qin Feng's arrangements and had no doubts about this name. In this divine land, all rules were decided by one's fists. When a force took over a city, they had the right to change the name of the city. Now that Qin Feng had taken over 2 cities at once, he planned to merge the 2 cities and give them a new name, Spirit Immortal City. His goal was to let Zhao Lingxian know that he, Qin Feng, had come to the extinction gate. Chapter 1388. Just as Qin Feng expected, after Wuliang Mountain was defeated, all the sacred sects in the divine land retreated. Those sneaky disciples could no longer be seen outside distant Ice City. Qin Feng spread the news of Spirit Immortal City, changing its name the next day. He wanted all the sacred sects in the divine land to remember the city. That way Zhao Lingxian might know. However, Qin Feng did not continue the name of Hero City. At least he could not use it now. Now that all the sacred sects in the divine land were after him, many disciples knew about Hero City in Acropolis City, Distant Ice City, and Meteor City had finally stabilized. Qin Feng personally went to the Sunset Gazing Mountain at the border between the 2 cities. This mountain lay between the 2 cities and separated the 2 cities. Qin Feng landed on Sunset Gazing Mountain with his saber, smashing a large hole in the mountain. Then he drove the Black Dragon tank and forcefully blasted a path through the mountain. In the next few days, the Qiao family was extremely busy. Some people were in charge of mining the mountain, completely breaking through the barrier between the 2 cities. There were also teams in charge of settling down the poor people of the 2 cities, letting them know that the 2 cities had merged and the war had ended. After some work, Spirit Immortal City was on the right track. The original 6 sacred sects were abolished by Qin Feng, and the scattered disciples mostly joined Spirit Immortal Sect. However, some disciples also escaped Spirit Immortal City. Spirit Immortal Sect chose to base in the original Spirit Beast Sect. The location was excellent, and the Qiao family had stayed here for more than 20 years, so they were very familiar with this area. The originally messy Spirit Beast Sect was now brand new. There were new buildings everywhere, and the scattered disciples of the original 6 sects gathered in the sect. There were many people, far more than the original members of Spirit Beast Sect. At this moment, Qin Feng and the Qiao family were gathered in the main hall. Qin Feng sat at the top, while Qiao Shi and the others sat below in 2 groups. Sect Leader Qin, now that the 2 cities have merged, the residents are safe, the sacred sects are unified, and Spirit Immortal City is famous, Qiao Shi got up to report the situation of the past few days. Now that Qin Feng had established Spirit Immortal Sect, the Qiao family called him Sect Leader Qin. Qin Feng didn't mind these titles and said to Qiao Shi, father-in-law, "I came to the Despair Sect for 2 things. The first is to destroy the Spirit Beast Sect and rescue everyone. The second is to go to the Thousand Shadow Sect and rescue my girlfriend and my mother." This was the first time Qin Feng had mentioned his plan to Teacher Qiao and the others. The crowd started discussing, and Teacher Qiao said, "So Sect Leader Qin still wants to go to the Thousand Shadow Sect. But we don't know where the Thousand Shadow Sect is, so how is Sect Leader Qin going there?" Qin Feng didn't know how to find the Thousand Shadow Sect. Initially, he planned to sneak into the Thousand Shadow Sect through the Holy Gate selection, but there was still half a year before the Holy Gate selection. Qin Feng couldn't wait any longer. Now that the situation had changed and Qin Feng had taken down 2 cities and become the city lord of Immortal Spirit City, he thought that it would be easier to find the Thousand Shadow Sect. "Father-in-law, as the city lord of Immortal Spirit City, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find the Thousand Shadow Sect, right? I know that the Thousand Shadow Sect is in Sky Region City. Is it possible for me to pay a visit to Sky Region City as the city lord?" Qin Feng still didn't know much about the situation in the Divine Continent, so he wanted to ask Teacher Qiao and the others for their opinion. However, when he voiced out his idea, everyone in the Qiao family gasped and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Son-in-law, you can't do that. You've just arrived in the divine continent, so you don't know much about the situation. If you go to the Thousand Shadow sect, there will definitely be a war. Teacher Chiao was so anxious that his face turned red. Qin Feng realized that there was a way out of this. He said, "Father-in-law, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly." Teacher Chiao took a deep breath and continued. There are 8 big cities in the divine continent, and they are all controlled by the sacred gate. These cities usually don't interact with each other. This is especially so for the disciples of the sacred gate. If they recklessly step into the territory of the other cities, they will be treated as invaders and killed. Even the sect leader of the sacred gate that they are in won't dare to say anything, because this is the rule that has been passed down in the divine continent for thousands of years. Son-in-law, you are now the city lord of Immortal Spirit City. If you recklessly step into the other 6 cities, there will definitely be a war. Qin Feng understood. A sacred gate disciple stepping into another city was already a violation of the rules here. If the sect leader of the sacred gate suddenly stepped into another city, then there would really be a war. Qin Feng immediately felt depressed. He originally thought that taking over Immortal Spirit City would help him find the Thousand Shadow sect as soon as possible, but it seemed like it had become a burden instead. So you're saying that if I want to find out where the Thousand Shadow sect is, I can only wait for the sect selection in half a year? Qin Feng asked. Teacher Chiao was not in a hurry to answer. After seriously thinking about it, he said, "There is a way. Son-in-law, you have to go to Fire Beacon City." Fire Beacon City? Qin Feng was surprised. He had heard Hua Xiaojin mention Fire Beacon City before. This was the 9th city of the divine continent, and it was a public city. Teacher Chiao nodded and said, "That's right. You can only go to Fire Beacon City to find out where the other sacred gates are. Because Fire Beacon City is a public city, the disciples of the various sacred gates of the divine continent are gathered there. If you meet a disciple of the Thousand Shadow sect there, you might be able to find out where the Thousand Shadow sect is." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was not a bad idea. Teacher Chiao furrowed his brows and continued. "However, there are too many people in Fire Beacon City. It is not easy to cure them. There are all kinds of people there and fights often occur. It is known as the most dangerous place in the divine continent." Qin Feng knew what Teacher Chiao wanted to say and interrupted him. "Father-in-law, don't worry. Since I can kill the abbot of Immeasurable Mountain, I naturally have the ability to protect myself. I must go to the Thousand Shadow sect, and no one can stop me." Seeing Qin Feng's determined expression, Teacher Chiao and the others did not continue to persuade him. A few people immediately stood up and expressed their desire to go with him to Fire Beacon City, but they were all rejected by Qin Feng. Since Fire Beacon City was filled with danger, Qin Feng had to go alone. Bringing too many people would only be a burden. After finding a new way to find the Thousand Shadow sect, Qin Feng was in a much better mood. However, he was not in a hurry to go to Fire Beacon City. Before that, he had to go to Hua Village. Hua Xiaojin was definitely still anxiously waiting for him. Just as the meeting was about to end, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He did not know how long he would have to stay in the divine continent. Since he had already ruled Spirit Immortal City, he should at least develop the city a little better while he was in charge. "Father-in-law, I will go to Fire Beacon City in a few days. In the future, I will leave Spirit Immortal City to you. You will also be the sect master of the Spirit Immortal sect. As for the development of Spirit Immortal City, we will focus on peace, stability, and the well-being of the common people." Qin Feng had enough of the feudal mindset of the divine continent. He did not care how the other cities developed, but at the very least he had to restore equality to the outside world in Spirit Immortal City. He wanted to create an outside world society in the divine continent. Once this idea was brought up, the Qiao clan members in the room were all stunned. Actually, they were also captured from the secular world of Huaxia. However, after living in the divine continent for more than 20 years, their mindset had been subtly influenced. Suddenly changing back to the outside world's mindset was something they could not adapt to. But very quickly, Xiaoshu came back to his senses. His face was full of surprise and excitement. In the end, he still liked the secular world of Huaxia. There, everyone was equal and there was no distinction between the rich and the poor. Son-in-law, do you really want to develop Spirit Immortal City like the outside world? This is great. Xiaoshu shouted excitedly. The others all came back to their senses, one after another. They were just as excited as Xiaoshu. Everyone wanted to see equality and peace in the divine continent. This matter looks simple, but it is very difficult to implement. The mindset of the citizens of the divine continent has been solidified for a long time. I will have to trouble father-in-law and everyone else to guide them. Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He could not help but think of that silly Hua Xiaojin. Son-in-law, don't worry. No one wants to live a life of injustice. I believe that when you bring people back from the Thousand Shadow Sect, the changes in Spirit Immortal City will surprise you. Xiaoshu's face was full of confidence and fighting spirit. The rest of the Qiao family also looked eager after handing over the task of transforming Spirit Immortal City to the Qiao family. Qin Feng went to Hua family village alone. When he stood at the entrance of Hua family village again, his heart was filled with emotions. He had been in the divine continent for less than a month, but too many life and death situations had happened in this period of time. This Hua family village was a place that he was more familiar with. Qin Feng's story in the divine continent began here. At this time, the sun was already setting. Many villagers carried hoes and hurried home from the fields. Qin Feng was dressed in silk and rode a fiery red steed. It was hard not to be noticed. Another important person came to the village. Isn't that Hua Xiaojin's son? No. Isn't that County Magistrate Qiao? It really is County Magistrate Qiao. He's still alive? I heard that there were heavy casualties in the war between the two cities. None of the sect leaders and elders of the 6 sacred gates survived. The people of the Yamen also died on the battlefield. How did this brat survive? That city war was incomparably fierce, but only Qin Feng and the Qiao family knew the specifics. These poor people only heard rumors. It was hard to tell the truth from the lies. A young girl in white stood in the group, returning to the village. She carried a large hoe with some difficulty and walked home. However, she suddenly froze on the ground. She didn't even notice that the hoe in her hand fell to the ground. The night wind messed up the girl's beautiful hair. Her large, watery eyes were filled with tears. She felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't hear the discussions around her. The moment she saw Qin Feng, her entire head buzzed. She thought young Master Qiao would never return. Xiaojin, don't you recognize me? Qin Feng immediately saw Hua Xiaojin, who stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. He saw her shoulders shaking as she cried. He couldn't help but call out to her. Hua Xiaojin didn't move. She cried even harder. However, she didn't make a sound. Only her body shook frighteningly. Hua Xiaojin confirmed that she wasn't dreaming. She was so emotional that she almost fainted. Qin Feng left for half a month. The city war ended more than a week ago. Hua Xiaojin thought that Qin Feng died in battle or that he left with that Lingyan and would never return to this remote and impoverished Hua family village. Chapter 1389. The sound of horse hooves rang out. Seeing the heartbroken Hua Xiaojin cry, Qin Feng rode Flaming Dragon Horse over. His heart ached a little. As Qin Feng approached, Hua Xiaojin's body trembled even more violently. She suddenly had the thought of running away. After parting with Qin Feng this time, she realized that she was extremely dependent on Qin Feng. She was afraid that there would be a second separation after this encounter. But Hua Xiaojin didn't want to be separated from young Master Qiao again. Xiaojin, you really don't recognize me? Seeing Hua Xiaojin retreat step by step, Qin Feng felt depressed. Hua Xiaojin's tears flowed even more. She shook her head furiously and didn't speak. When she was very young, when she was a servant girl of a wealthy family, she had fantasized about what her future husband would look like. How would he take her in on the day of their marriage? At this moment, Qin Feng was handsome and tall. He rode a fiery red steed and slowly walked over. It was exactly the same as Hua Xiaozhen's fantasies. Ah, Qi young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaozhen suddenly cried out in surprise. Qin Feng pulled her onto Flaming Dragon Horse. The two of them rode forward as usual. Hua Xiaozhen felt as if everything had returned, but she didn't dare to move. She was afraid that everything would suddenly disappear. Qin Feng couldn't guess what this woman was thinking. Seeing that she was a little scared, he took the initiative to speak. "Is Grandma all right?" "Yes, Grandma is very well." Hua Xiaozhen's voice trembled. "Why are you working in the fields? Did you use all the gold I left at home?" Qin Feng gently patted the dirt off Hua Xiaozhen's feet. "And not all of it. Those are young Master Qiao's gold coins. Grandma, and I haven't used a single copper coin. There's no vegetables at home. Grandma's legs aren't convenient at her age. So I went to the fields to dig some wild vegetables." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Before he left, he was afraid that Hua Xiaozhen and Wang Xiumei would suffer. So he gave Hua Xiaozhen a big bag of gold coins. Who knew that this girl wouldn't dare to use them? Qin Feng was a little angry. He slapped her, but, "You silly girl, why don't you dare to use my gold coins? You treat me like an outsider?" Hua Xiaozhen jumped in fright, and her small face instantly flushed red. However, she was shocked by the second half of Qin Feng's words. She had always treated young Master Qiao as one of her own, but she didn't expect young Master Qiao to treat her as one of his own. "Young Master Qiao, please don't be angry. This lowly servant status is lowly. How can I be young Master Qiao's own? Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant is lowly. How can I be young Master Qiao's family?" As they chatted, the two of them arrived at Hua Xiaozhen's house. The Hua family villager followed them and had no intention of going home to cook. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng stupidly. "Qi, xiao it of." Qin Feng carried Hua Xiaozhen and got off the horse. Zhou Dafei and his son rushed over angrily. Previously, the two of them had been tortured by Wang Long and Li Hu. Their buttocks had been split open, and they were only able to get out of bed the day before yesterday. Now that they saw Qin Feng again, they wanted to bite him to death. "Humph, young Master Qiao, let's go in." Hua Xiaozhen was very anxious. She didn't know what Qin Feng had experienced, and was afraid that the Zhou father and son would fight with Qin Feng. "Humph, don't even think about leaving. That day, you beat your elder badly. What do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Dafei blocked the two, and acted as if he was afraid that Qin Feng would escape. Qin Feng thought it was funny, but he was too lazy to bother with an aunt like Zhou Dafei. Hua Xiaozhen, on the other hand, was burning with anxiety. She shouted at Zhou Dafei, "Zhou Dafei, don't cause trouble for young Master Qiao. Have you forgotten that he's the county magistrate?" Hua Xiaozhen's words caused the villagers to cry out in surprise. Quite a few people had already knelt, and they finally came to their senses. This lowly citizen greets County Magistrate Qiao. "I didn't think that County Magistrate Qiao would come to our Hua village again. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. County Magistrate Qiao, what's the situation with the city war?" Qin Feng's status as the county magistrate caused the entire village to fear him. However, they saw that the Zhou father and son were still standing in place. Zhou Dafei angrily yelled, "You bunch of idiots, now that Distant Ice City and Meteor City have merged and been annexed by an external power, it's a miracle that this brat is still alive. How is he still a county magistrate? Why are you kneeling to him?" Zhou Dafei's words woke everyone up. Yes, now that the two cities have merged, the 6 holy gates have been unified, and the various government officials have changed. Qin Feng was most likely no longer the county magistrate of West Town. These villagers were at the lowest level of society, and they developed the personality of fence-sitters. Quite a few people had already stood up. This scene made Hua Xiaojin speechless. Don't speak nonsense. Since young Master Qiao returned safely, it means that he's still County Magistrate Qiao. How could you be so rude to County Magistrate Qiao? Hua Xiaojin angrily spoke up for Qin Feng. The villagers were instantly in a dilemma. They didn't know whether to kneel or stand. However, they heard Qin Feng say, "Xiaojin, he's right. I'm not West Town's county magistrate anymore." Hua Xiaojin was startled, and the pride in her heart suddenly disappeared. She even felt that it was a pity for Qin Feng. She felt that young Master Qiao was a good and talented person. He was the most suitable county magistrate. The villagers were also startled. Zhou Dafei suddenly came to his senses, and his face instantly bloomed with joy. Haha, what did I say? This Brett isn't a county magistrate anymore, right? Now do you believe? Before Zhou Dafei could finish, Qin Feng continued, but I made a great contribution in the city war and was chosen by the Holy Gates sect leader. Now, I'm the great elder of spiritual immortal sect. My position is only below sect leader Qiao. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Dafei's laughter cut off. The entire Hua village quieted down. Only the night wind blew, and the atmosphere was strange. It had been a week since the city war ended, and the name of Spiritual Immortal City had already spread through the two cities. Spiritual Immortal Sect was also famous in the Divine Land. As a member of distant Ice City, how could the people of Hua Village not have heard of Spiritual Immortal Sect? They were also very clear that the sect leader of Spiritual Immortal Sect was called Qiao Shi. The county magistrate of West Town was already a high and mighty existence in the eyes of these villagers, but in front of the Holy Gates' great elder, he was not even worth mentioning. Now that Qin Feng had become the great elder of Spiritual Immortal Sect, he was basically an existence above tens of thousands of people in Spiritual Immortal City. This was like the prime minister of a country suddenly visiting Hua Village. One could imagine the shock it brought to the villagers. Young Master Qiao, why you really became the great elder of Spiritual Immortal Sect? This lowly servant is so happy for you. Hua Xiaojin was so excited that she was about to cry. She knew that young Master Qiao was a dragon among men. Seeing young Master Qiao stand out, Hua Xiaojin was even happier than Qin Feng. However, the people of Hua Village were not in a hurry to express their stance. They even looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. That was the great elder of Spiritual Immortal Sect. The authenticity of this identity was truly suspicious. Haha, brag, brat, continue to brag. Why don't you say that you're the sect leader of Spiritual Immortal Sect? After Zhou Dafei came back to his senses, he laughed even more wildly. Qin Feng curled his lips indifferently. He really was the sect leader of Spiritual Immortal Sect, the founder of the entire Spiritual Immortal City. It was just that he did not want to reveal his identity. He had always been low-key. In the entire Hua Village, only Hua Xiaojin believed in Qin Feng. However, this was enough for Qin Feng. There were millions of people in the world. How could you make everyone believe in you? As long as the person you love and the person who loves you firmly believed in you, then you would be the biggest winner in life. Xiaojin, let's go in and see Grandma. Qin Feng could not be bothered with Zhou Dafei. He hugged Hua Xiaojin and walked into the house. However, Zhou Dafei was not willing to give up. He rushed up to stop Qin Feng. However, he did not even touch Qin Feng's clothes. He directly flew to an empty space dozens of meters away. Bang! The sound of the fall was so loud that it scared the villagers. When Zhou Hai saw that his son had been knocked unconscious, he was furious. However, when he thought of Qin Feng's powerful skills, he could only carry his son back home with his tail between his legs. The crowd dispersed. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. He hugged Hua Xiaojin and entered the house. Wang Xiaomei was making a fire to cook. The moment she saw Qin Feng, she was so shocked that the walking stick in her hand fell to the ground. "Qiao, young Master Qiao? Is it really young Master Qiao?" Wang Xiaomei's voice trembled. Tears streamed down her weathered face. She and Hua Xiaojin were the same. They had long treated Qin Feng as family. These days, the battle of the city was intense. Wang Xiaomei and Hua Xiaojin worried about Qin Feng day and night. The two of them often could not eat or sleep. They often hugged each other and cried bitterly. Now that they saw Qin Feng come back alive, their emotions could not be expressed with words. Qin Feng suddenly found the warmth of home. It was rare to have the feeling of home in this foreign land. He hurriedly went up to support Wang Xiaomei. He helped her wipe her tears and said some comforting words. After chatting for a long time, Wang Xiaomei and Hua Xiaojin's emotions finally stabilized. The two of them cried again and again. Dinner was sumptuous. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although it was all green vegetables and vegetable soup, the warm atmosphere was even sweeter than the food. The 2 girls still refused to sit and eat. Qin Feng suddenly sympathized with Qiao Shi. He could imagine the scene of Qiao Shi being driven crazy during the ideological reform in a mortal spirit city. Halfway through the meal, Hua Xiaojin finally could not help but say, "Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant has some questions. How did you come down safely? And how did you become the great elder of a mortal spirit sect?" Hua Xiaojin chose her words carefully. What she meant was how Qin Feng survived, but she used the word safe instead. Qin Feng's goal in coming to Hua village this time was to bring Hua Xiaojin and Wang Xiaomei to a mortal spirit city. There was no need to hide his cultivation from them. "I'm actually a martial artist. My strength is not bad. Not long ago, I helped immortal spirits sect defeat the enemy in the city battle. Then the sect leader took a liking to me." Qin Feng spoke half-truths. It was not that he did not trust Hua Xiaojin and Hua Xiaojin, but that there were many things that could not be explained. The 2 girls were shocked. Hua Xiaojin's eyes lit up. She said, "I know. When we met in the bamboo forest outside of Hu village, young Master Qiao was heavily injured. Now that young Master Qiao has recovered, his strength has also recovered." Hua Xiaojin was a smart and understanding woman. She immediately understood many things. Chapter 1390. The next day, Qin Feng left Hua village with Hua Xiaojin. He planned on taking Wang Xiaomei with him, but Wang Xiaomei had lived her entire life in Hua village and did not want to leave her hometown. When the flaming dragon horse arrived at the spiritual immortal gate, Hua Xiaojin was deeply attracted by the flourishing and imposing sacred gate territory. She had lived for more than 20 years, but this was her first time stepping into the sacred gate territory. Sect Master Qin. Welcome back, Sect Master Qin. Just as Qin Feng dismounted, Teacher Qiao and the others came to greet him. Hua Xiaojin knew they were disciples of the sect, so she carefully hid behind Qin Feng. However, she soon froze on the spot. Why did they call young Master Qiao Sect Master, and they even called him Sect Master Qin? Qin Feng saw Hua Xiaojin's confusion. He rubbed her head and said, "I'll explain later. Come in with me first." Hua Xiaojin was on tenterhooks the entire way. She had received the backward thinking of the divine continent since she was young and always felt inferior. Even though Qin Feng brought her here, she was still very afraid of Teacher Qiao and the others. In her eyes, these sacred gate disciples were supreme existences. The Qiao clan did not ask about Hua Xiaojin's identity, but they could see that Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin's relationship was not ordinary. This was not strange at all. Every generation of beast kings could subdue many women, so Qin Feng naturally could as well. Under the escort of everyone, Qin Feng brought Hua Xiaojin into the main hall of the sect. This palace was built in the same style as an ancient building. It was made of redwood and tiles, very artistic. Qin Feng had already sat down on a stone chair in the hall. Hua Xiaojin nervously stood behind him. She had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had seen such a magnificent palace. It was even a few grades higher than the main hall of the West Town Yamen. Hua Xiaojin increasingly felt that young Master Qiao was not ordinary. This made her nervous. She thought of herself as a lowly commoner. What if one day young Master Qiao looked down on her lowly status and didn't want her to serve him anymore? Father-in-law, you all go first. I have a few things to say to Xiaojin alone. With Qin Feng's command, everyone from the Qiao clan retreated. Now that he had brought Hua Xiaojin back to the Spirit Immortal sect, he planned on having her stay here while he went to Fire Beacon City to find out the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadows sect. Only Qin Feng was left in the Great Hall. Only then did Hua Xiaojin dare to speak. She had too many questions in her heart. Young Master Qiao, you called that lord from the Holy Gate father-in-law? Seeing Hua Xiaojin's shocked and adorable expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she struggled. She didn't mind being taken advantage of by Qin Feng, but she felt that with her status, she couldn't sit with young Master Qiao. Young Master Qiao, you can't do that. Hurry and let this lowly servant get up. Hua Xiaojin felt like she was going to be played to death by Qin Feng. Why did this young master always like to scare people? Qin Feng felt like he was going to be played to death by Hua Xiaojin. This woman's mind was terrifyingly sealed. He pretended to be angry and said, "What's wrong? Can't I hug you? Do you dislike me?" Hua Xiaojin became even more anxious. She stuttered, "No, it's not like that. Young Master Qiao, if you want to, 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 even if you want to." Seeing that Hua Xiaojin was covered in sweat, Qin Feng couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He gently caressed her back and said, all right. Just sit in this young master's embrace. I like hugging you." After Qin Feng calmed Hua Xiaojin down, he continued, "That person is called Teacher Qiao. He is indeed one of my fathers-in-law." Halfway through, Hua Xiaojin was so shocked that she almost fell off. That's one of young Master Qiao's fathers-in-law? How many fathers-in-law does young Master Qiao have? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with my fathers-in-law?" Hua Xiaojin stuck out her tongue and realized she had said too much. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No problem. In the Divine Continent, it's normal for someone of young Master Qiao's status to have a few wives and concubines. Qin Feng had only said it casually. He didn't expect to receive such shocking news. The Divine Continent was great. Qin Feng even had the thought of bringing all the women from the secular world to the Divine Continent. After teasing Hua Xiaojin for a while, Qin Feng suddenly became serious. "Xiaojin, I will be going to Fire Beacon City in the future. Stay at the Spirit Immortal Gate and wait for me to finish my business." Hua Xiaojin rarely interrupted Qin Feng. At this moment, she suddenly hugged Qin Feng tightly as if they were parting forever. She cried, No, young Master Qiao, please don't leave Xiaojin behind. Xiaojin will definitely serve young Master well and follow young Master for the rest of my life. If Xiaojin has done anything wrong, young Master can tell Xiaojin. Xiaojin will definitely change." Hua Xiaojin's reaction was so violent that even Qin Feng jumped in fright. The reason why he didn't bring Hua Xiaojin was because he was afraid she would encounter danger. According to Teacher Qiao, Fire Beacon City was filled with danger. "Xiaojin, don't worry. I'm not leaving you behind. It's just that Fire Beacon City is filled with danger. It's not safe for you to follow me." Qin Feng comforted her. Hua Xiaojin grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes and was unwilling to let go. She had already parted with Qin Feng once. Even if she died, she didn't want to leave again. Young Master Xiao, Xiaojin is not afraid of death. Since Fire Beacon City is filled with danger, Xiaojin should follow by your side. As a lowly servant, I should follow young master through life and death. Qin Feng was moved by Hua Xiaojin's words. He didn't expect this girl to be so reliant on him. Qin Feng felt very lucky to be able to meet Hua Xiaojin in the divine Great Land. He was even a little scared. It was fortunate that he came to this dangerous place and met Hua Xiaojin in the bamboo forest. Otherwise, this girl would have committed suicide after being violated by the 3 bandits that day. Fate was a very mysterious thing. Since Qin Feng encountered this fate, he would naturally treat Xiaojin well. A soft and tender feeling suddenly pressed against him. This was the first time Hua Xiaojin took the initiative to kiss Qin Feng. This woman was so conservative and weak, but at this moment, she used all of her courage to do such a bold action. She had no other choice and wanted to use this last gamble to make Qin Feng stay. Her hand had already reached into Qin Feng's pants, but she was suddenly stopped by Qin Feng. Xiaojin, you don't need to be like this. I promised to take you to Fire Beacon City, but you have to promise me one thing. From now on, our statuses will be equal, regardless of your status. Hua Xiaojin suddenly froze and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. She really didn't understand why young Master Qiao wanted her status to be equal. In Hua Xiaojin's eyes, young Master Qiao was a great character and a noble disciple. She was willing to be young Master Qiao's servant because she felt that she was inferior to young Master Qiao. You don't agree? Fine, I will go to Fire Beacon City myself. You stay here and wait for my return. Qin Feng nonchalantly said. Hua Xiaojin immediately became anxious. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said, Qiao, young Master Qiao, I promise you. Qin Feng was very happy and waited for the system to notify him of the completion of the quest. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no notification. He suddenly realized that Hua Xiaojin only agreed verbally, but her sealed thoughts could not be changed at once. Qin Feng was a little depressed, but he did not force Hua Xiaojin. Since he had decided to take her to Fire Beacon City, Qin Feng was prepared to tell her everything about himself. Xiaojin, I told you a few things before. I am someone who came from the outside. Because I was chased by the sacred gate here, my name and appearance have been changed. This is my original appearance. This was the first time Qin Feng returned to his original appearance after coming to the divine Great Land. Hua Xiaojin subconsciously jumped out of his embrace. She was a bit unfamiliar with this appearance. However, Hua Xiaojin quickly returned to Qin Feng's embrace. She found that even though his appearance had changed, Qin Feng's words and actions, as well as his aura, were still familiar. These were the things that attracted Hua Xiaojin. She did not care about Qin Feng's appearance. Young Master Qiao, no. Young Master Qin, your original appearance is a bit more handsome. Hua Xiaojin blushed. Although she said that she did not care about appearance, she was still captivated by Qin Feng's handsomeness. You should still call me young Master Qiao. Right now, I cannot return to my original identity. Wait until we go to Fire Beacon City, then I will still be Qiao Feng. Qin Feng explained. Hua Xiaojin nodded her head seriously. She engraved every word Qin Feng said into her heart. She already knew that Qin Feng came from the outside world and was being chased by the entire divine Great Land's sacred gate. This was a very serious matter. Once young Master Qiao's identity was exposed, Hua Xiaojin felt that he would die without a doubt. Qin Feng previously told Hua Xiaojin that he came to the divine Great Land to find someone and take revenge. At this moment, he was telling Hua Xiaojin more about the outside world. He said that the Huaxia secular world focused on science and technology. He described the tall buildings, cars, and cell phones. He even specifically talked about the quality and stability of the outside world. Hua Xiaojin's eyes lit up after listening. She could not understand how a small cell phone could communicate with people thousands of miles away. Wouldn't that be comparable to the Holy Gate's 1,000-mile sound transmission? She then fantasized about what the electric lights outside looked like. They could actually light up the night as if it was daytime. Meanwhile, the divine great land only used oil lamps that flickered at night. When she heard that everyone in the outside world was equal, regardless of their status, she revealed an extremely exaggerated expression. She really could not understand how the people outside were like this. How could everyone be equal? A lowly servant was a lowly servant. How could she be on equal footing with young master? However, she finally understood why Qin Feng always asked her to sit and eat with him. He told her not to worry about their status. It turned out that young Master Qiao had brought in the ideas of the outside world. Qin Feng said a lot. This was the first time he felt that describing the outside world was such an interesting thing. Seeing Hua Xiaojin's eyes full of stars and her adorable expression of wanting to go out and see, Qin Feng wanted to immediately take her out. He wanted to let her play in all kinds of entertainment places, eat all kinds of delicious seafood, and let her live the life of a princess. She didn't have to be a servant anymore. Young Master Qiao, can this lowly servant make a request? Hua Xiaojin looked at Qin Feng expectantly. She spoke very carefully. Qin Feng gently touched her little face and said, "Just say what you want. There's no need to be polite with me." Seeing that Qin Feng was not angry, Hua Xiaojin's worried heart relaxed. She felt that she was too daring. How could she ask her master for a request? When young Master Qiao is done with everything and wants to go outside, can you bring Xiaojin along? Hua Xiaojin stared at Qin Feng. In her eyes, Qin Feng was everything. Chapter 1391. Qin Feng had been in the divine land for a month, but in the eyes of some people in the secular world of Huaxia, it was as long as 10 years. Half of the reason why China was peaceful was because of Qin Feng. After he became the leader of the martial arts world, he unified the forces of the outer martial arts world and stabilized the peace between the secular world and the outer martial arts world. In a fit of rage, he killed his way into the holy land of the demon race and rescued Su Ruoro and Lu Yu. At the same time, he shocked the demon race. In addition, he led a team to defeat the Japanese ninjas and the army stationed on the island and protected the territory of Huaxia. It's him, our hero, Lil Qin Feng. Qin Feng was no longer in the secular world of China, but his legend still existed. In the most famous branch of the Saint Medicine Hall in the capital, Ren Xiaoyao was dressed in a red qipao, which showed off her sexy and perfect figure. She propped up her beautiful face with both hands as she stared blankly at the table. Even though there were many people walking in and out of the shop, she was not in the mood to do business. When the warriors saw that she was in a bad mood, they did not dare to disturb her. This was the woman of Qin Feng, the number one in Huaxia. If they provoked her, they would become enemies with the entire Huaxia martial arts world. "Little Yao, are you thinking about that bastard again? Look at you." A pleasant and mischievous voice sounded. Ren Xiaoyao looked up and pouted. Yan, you only know how to talk about me. Do you dare to say that you don't miss Qin Feng?" Hua Yan raised her head and said proudly, "I just don't miss him. He's only been gone for a month, not 8 or 10 years. Do you dare to swear to the heavens that you don't miss Qin Feng at all?" Ren Xiaoyao's temper flared. She didn't believe that Hua Yan was lying. Hua Yan's long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she was wearing avant-garde clothes. She looked like a little witch. Her proud head slowly drooped down, and a few drops of crystal-clear tears fell from her eyes. Boo-hoo! Little demon, he had been gone for a month, and there was no news at all. Could something have happened to him? Boo-hoo! That's the death gate, I miss him so much. Hua Yan's heart crumbled. How could she not miss Qin Feng? They had met at Feng Yun Fun City in Hepping Town. Then they had met again at the provincial capital university's medical school. They had stayed in a villa with Chang Xian and fooled around. Then they had completed missions for the Martial Arts Alliance together. They had experienced life and death situations. Qin Feng had even helped her destroy the herbal sect and avenge her family. She had given her body to Qin Feng long ago. In this life, she would only recognize Qin Feng as a man. How could she not want him? Seeing Hua Yan crying, little Monster Rin also cried. Her and Qin Feng's story was full of ups and downs. At first, they bickered when they met, but later, they slowly became friends. After Qin Feng won the title of Elixir King for the St. Medic Hall at the Elixir Conference, the two of them became even more ambiguous. She had long become Qin Feng's woman, and she was very worried about Qin Feng's safety at this moment. If the Sacred Medic Hall was said to be the #1 medicinal workshop in the Chinese martial arts world, then the Divine Armament Hall would be the #1 armory in the martial arts world. In the Divine Armament Hall's main branch in the capital, an intellectual beauty in a fluttering white dress sat in front of the counter. Her limpid eyes were dim and lifeless. She was also thinking about Qin Feng, recalling all the bits and pieces of her time with Qin Feng. Yun Zhe saw that his sister was in a daze again, so he shook his head and helplessly left. Yun Zhao's eyes couldn't help but moisten. She thought about how she exploded in anger because Qin Feng disrupted class discipline at Acropolis University, and how Qin Feng saved her. Later on, in order to complete the family's arranged marriage, she had to return to the capital. However, the night before, she had a wild battle with Qin Feng in the restroom. Afterwards, Qin Feng killed his way into the Yun family and helped his brother take the position of patriarch. Hero City's power was not only distributed in the martial arts circle. In the secular world's business circle, Hero City also occupied a top position. In the capital's most prosperous and well-funded royal group's CEO's office, Han Ying wore a black silk uniform. She stood under a large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking most of the capital's scenery. The sunlight shone on her head of golden curls. Just her back was enough to make all the rich young masters in the capital go crazy. However, no one dared to pick up this woman because she was Qin Feng's woman. Director Han, don't think too much. Qin Feng will definitely be fine. Li Yuchen also wore a black silk uniform. She slowly walked to Han Yingying's side. Her figure wasn't as hot as Han Yingying's, but it was more delicate and pretty. Han Yingying hadn't smiled in a long time. She looked at Li Yuchen and said, "Yuchen, when there's no one around, just call me Big Sister Yingying. We're good sisters, so there's no need to be so polite." Li Yuchen was slightly touched. After all, she wasn't Qin Feng's woman. She only video called Qin Feng once. Moreover, her position among the women was very low, so her relationship with Qin Feng wasn't as strong as the other women. Big Sister Yingying, Qin Feng is very lucky. I'm sure he'll come back safely soon. Li Yuchen comforted Han Yingying. Han Yingying forced a smile, but she was still very worried. It was said that there were many experts in that place. Could Qin Feng really hold on by himself? At the same time, there were many people waiting for Qin Feng in Acropolis City's Hero City. Lu Jie, Long Hair, and Huang Jinghua rarely played together. They always had a worried look on their faces. Lin Bei, Su Qiuyu, Su Xiatian, Lu Wenjing, Bai Qing, Chang Xian, Xue Er, Rao Sherman, Zhang Kuku. The women sat by the seaside and stared blankly at the sea every day. Zhang Kuku, the mischievous girl, was also depressed recently. She rarely played pranks with her sisters, and she no longer went to Devil Beast Mountain to play with the beasts. She was a little sad. Did I drive Big Brother Qin Feng away because I was too mischievous? If Big Brother Qin Feng came back, Zhang Kuku would be more obedient. Lin Bei cried the loudest among the women. She knew Qin Feng much earlier than most of the women. She was Qin Feng's desk mate in university. She recalled how Qin Feng bullied her in class, treated her mother's illness, and concocted a blood qi pill to save her. Those memories seemed to have happened yesterday, but they were unreachable. Bei Bei, don't cry. Your eyes are swollen. Bai Qing hugged Lin Bei Bei. She was also very worried about Qin Feng, but she had to comfort Lin Bei Bei. The women gathered around Qin Feng. When he was around, they were always jealous and divided into several teams. However, every time Qin Feng left, the women would unite as one, as if they were a real family. I asked Big Brother about it. The entrance to the extinction sacred land is near Ice Lake Mountain. Shui suddenly said. The women were shocked and looked at Shui. Rao Sherman said anxiously, Shui, you're not joking, right? Shui did not want to talk about it. She heard from her brother, the divine dragon, that the extinction sacred land was dangerous. Even the divine dragon did not dare to go there recklessly. However, Shui could not bear to see her sisters so sad. Moreover, she missed Qin Feng very much. Most importantly, it was said that the entrance to the extinction sacred land would only loosen once every 20 years, and each time it would last for more than a month. There were only a few days left before the final opening. Sisters, I heard this from Big Brother. It's definitely true. Shui said with determination. The women were instantly energized. Now that Qin Feng was not around, the divine dragon was the most powerful person in China. Naturally, his words were true. Let's go to Ice Lake Mountain now. Bai Qing said impatiently. Don't worry, everyone. Ice Lake Mountain seems to be a big sect in the outer martial world. Will we be okay if we go there rashly? Lu Wenjing was worried about their safety. Zhang Kuku said, don't worry. Big Brother Qin Feng is the leader of the martial world. Ice Lake Mountain won't dare to make things difficult for us. Moreover, Big Brother Qin Feng has built a hero city in the outer martial world. Let's go there first. Our sisters are there. Okay, then let's hurry to the hero city in the outer martial world, Li Shanshan shouted anxiously. Ma Xinshin said, I've been there before. I'll bring everyone there. They did not tell Lu Jie and the others, not even Han Ying, Hua Yan, and Yun Xiao, that they were going to the hero city in the outer martial world. Everyone knew the dangers of the extinction sacred land. They did not want their sisters to take the risk. Shui suddenly told them where the entrance to the extinction sacred land was. Otherwise, these women would have gone alone. When the women arrived at the hero city in the outer martial world, it was already dusk. The eye-catching group attracted the attention of the people in the city. Many disciples of the martial world had already surrounded them. Beautiful women, which sect are you from? Don't tell me you're from the Serenity sect. Why haven't I seen you before? The disciples of the Serenity sect were all female. Everyone thought that Lin Bei Bei and the other women were from the same sect. Lin Bei Bei was a little nervous when she saw the group of men surrounding them. At this moment, she heard an exclamation from the crowd. Ayo! These are Alliance Leader Qin's women. The martial artists who were peeping at the beautiful women were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. They quickly put away their disrespectful gazes. If they knew the identity of these women, they would not have dared to have any improper thoughts. Sisters-in-law, why are you all here? Did something happen to the hero city in the Acropolis city? Currently, the two hero cities in China relied on each other. The hero city in the Acropolis city mainly focused on the economy. From time to time, they would send cultivation resources to the outer martial world. The hero city in the outer martial world mainly cultivated martial artists. If something happened to the Acropolis city, they would immediately send people to help. We're looking for Su Ruoro. Is she here? Shui had already expressed her intention. Before these people could answer, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Su Ruoro had already stepped into the peak of stage 9 inner chi. She showed signs of breaking through to the true energy realm at any time. She was the one with the highest realm among the women. "Sisters, why are you here?" Su Ruoro was very friendly when she saw Xue Er and the others. Although it was the first time Su Ruoro met many of them, she knew they were Qin Feng's women. Su Ruoro treated them like her own sisters. "Ruoro, we have something to talk to you about. Let's find a quiet place first." The women did not stand on ceremony with Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro saw their anxious expressions and quickly brought them to her private villa. At this time, Xiao Li, Chioya, and Thousand Illusion Child also rushed over. The group of beauties sat on the sofa. Chapter 1392. The large living room was filled with 10 or so beauties. The women stared at each other in a daze. For many of them, it was their first time meeting each other. As the representative of Hero City, Su Ruoro introduced Xiao Li, Chioya, and the Thousand Illusion Child, while Xue introduced Lin Bei and the other women as the representative of Hero City. After everyone got to know each other, a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They already knew that Qin Feng had many women by his side, but now that they saw him, they truly understood the meaning of the word many. Now that the situation was urgent, the women were in no mood to complain about Qin Feng's fickleness. There was a trace of worry on their faces. Su Ruoro spoke. "Sisters, did something happen for you to suddenly come looking for me?" Xue Er said, "Ruoro, I know how to enter the Despair Gate." Su Ruoro and the other women froze, then looked at Xue Er excitedly. Just like the women in Hero City, they were worried about Qin Feng's safety every day. It was just that they didn't know how to enter the Despair Gate. Otherwise, they would have gone looking for him already. "Xue Er, you said you know where the entrance to the Despair Gate is?" the Thousand Illusion Child asked anxiously. "My big brother said that the entrance is near Ice Lake Mountain. Can you take everyone there?" Lin Bei asked. The Thousand Illusion Child stared blankly. She thought that Xue Er and the others really knew where the entrance was, but after hearing Lin Bei's words, she lost interest. She was the great elder of Ice Lake Mountain. Moreover, when Zhao Lingxian had disappeared, she had taken Qin Feng to look around Ice Lake Mountain, but they hadn't found the entrance. We already knew this information, but Ice Lake Mountain has 4 peaks, and each peak is incredibly big. Moreover, the formation to enter the Despair Gate changes randomly, so we can't find it. The Thousand Illusion Child knew that these words were very hurtful, but she had to say it. Lin Bei and the other women's expressions greatly changed. Their hopes were about to be dashed. "Everyone, don't worry about not being able to find the entrance. I have a way." Just as the women were feeling disappointed, they saw Xue Er's confident expression. Qianhuan Child looked at her suspiciously and asked, "What do you have in mind?" She was the owner of the ultimate superstar system. In order to enter the death door, she had been desperately completing quests. Not long ago, she had exchanged for a formation finder from the system. However, she had promised Qin Feng that she wouldn't tell anyone about the system's secret, so she couldn't explain it to her sisters. "In any case, I have a way. Do you guys trust me?" Xue Er looked at the girls sternly. Lin Bei thought about Qin Feng so much that she lost her mind. She didn't care whether Xue Er was telling the truth or not. She had to try. "Xue Er, hurry up and bring me to find the array to enter the Extinction Gate. I want to see Qin Feng now." As Lin Bei spoke, her eyes became moist again. Snow patted Su Ruoro's head, and Su Ruoro said, "All right. Since we're all Qin Feng's women, we're family. If Xue Er says she has a way, then we have to believe her." "That's right. I also believe in Xue." Then let's not talk anymore. Let's go to Ice Lake Mountain now." The girls all stood up and expressed their opinions. In the end, they unanimously decided to go to Ice Lake Mountain. The Thousand Illusion Child was in charge of leading the team. This group of beauties caused a huge commotion in the martial arts world. Many martial arts disciples were captivated by their beauty. However, When they heard that these beauties were Qin Feng's women, they were so scared that they immediately ran away. The pine trees on Ice Lake Mountain were lush. They walked around the entire mountain, but they didn't find any array. Shua, did you find the entrance? The girls all looked at Shua. Shua, took out a formation finder from the system. It was something that looked like a compass. Big sister Shua, what is this? Lin Bei looked puzzled. The girls all gathered around her. None of them recognized the ancient compass in Shua's hand. They didn't know what it was made of, but there were some ancient runes and pictures carved on it. It looked like it had been around for a long time. This looks like a compass for feng shui. Can it be used to detect arrays? Even the 1,000 Illusion Child, a member of the inner hidden sect, couldn't understand the ancient compass. Shua didn't understand it either. She had used her star points to buy this thing from the system. It had cost her 50,000 star points, and she had saved them for more than a year. However, Shua didn't feel the pinch. If this ancient compass could really find the entrance, then it would be worth it. It's over there. Let's go to the opposite mountain. The needle on the ancient compass in Shua's hand suddenly moved. She quickly led the girls down the mountain. When they arrived at the opposite mountain, the ancient compass's reaction became more intense. If the disciples of the Holy Gate in China saw the ancient compass in Shua's hand, they would be shocked. Isn't this a location-finding artifact used by the Holy Gate to find hidden arrays? Why does it exist in China's secular world? Although the girls said they believed in Shua, they were still worried. Now that they saw the ancient compass's reaction, they were so excited that their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Under the ancient compass's guidance, the girls finally stood at the top of the western mountain. In front of them was a precipitous cliff, but the ancient compass's needle didn't move. It was pointing at the bottom of the cliff. Shua, why isn't the ancient compass reacting? Lin Bei asked anxiously. Su Ruo's expression became serious. I think it's not that the compass isn't reacting, but that it has clearly pointed out the location of the entrance. It's in the space in front of us. The girls cried out in shock. They were frightened by Su Ruo's words. In front of them was a cliff. How could there be an entrance? If they jumped down, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Ruo is right. The spiritual energy fluctuations in front of everyone are a bit strange. I also suspect that the array is in midair. The 1,000 Illusion Child was the strongest among the girls. Now that she had stabilized at the first stage of true Qi, she was more sensitive to spiritual energy than anyone else. The top of the mountain suddenly quieted down. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. The girls looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a moment. Since there really is an entrance in front of us, then I'll be the first to enter. After a moment of silence, Lin Bei suddenly jumped. Her upper body was hanging off the cliff, but she was pulled back by Su Ruo. Bei, don't be anxious. We don't know what's going on in this array. Let's scout it out first. Su Ruo's heart was filled with lingering fear. If she was a second late, Lin Bei would have died. If Qin Feng came back and found out about this, who knew how angry he would be? Lin Bei was so anxious that she started to cry. The girls all revealed a gloomy expression. They finally found the entrance with great difficulty, but they discovered that it was still very difficult to enter it. Sisters, look, the compass is spinning again, Shua suddenly cried out. This time, the girls were all confused. The ancient compass's pointer suddenly pointed to a cliff at the side. The 1,000 Illusion Child was the first to regain her senses. She had been in the inner hidden sect for dozens of years, so she knew more about arrays than the other girls. Not good! This entrance really is a moving array. This kind of array will move after a certain period of time. Everyone, once you find the entrance, you must enter decisively. The already gloomy beauties felt even more helpless. This array could move? How were they going to enter now? Everyone sat on the top of the mountain and didn't know what to do. Snow held the geomantic compass in her hand and observed it closely. 2 hours later, she had figured out the pattern. The formation at the entrance would change its position every 3 minutes, and there was no pattern to it. It could be close to its previous position, or it could be hundreds, or even thousands of meters away from its previous position. Since the entrance's array can be determined, there's still a chance to enter. All of you go back. I'll go take a look at the entrance alone. After a long time, the Thousand Illusion Child suddenly stood up. All the girls looked at her. Su-ruo-ro raised her eyebrows and said, "If you want to go, then let's go together. How can we let you take the risk alone?" The Thousand Illusion Child's expression was incomparably solemn. This isn't the time to be a hero. Since it's the entrance's array, it must be very powerful. How can anyone enter just because they want to? This kind of teleportation array has violent air currents. You guys haven't even stepped into the true Qi realm. I'm afraid you'll die before you even reach the entrance. I don't want Qin Feng to blame me when he comes back. The Thousand Illusion Child understood the path of martial arts better than anyone else. Her words suddenly woke the girls up. After working for so long, it turned out that entering the array required great strength. However, most of the girls like Lin Bei Bei had just started cultivating. Their strength was around the 4th stage of inner Qi. How could they withstand the impact of the air currents in the array? Thousand Illusion is right. Everyone go back. I'll accompany Thousand Illusion to take a look. Su-ruo-ro made her decision. Chiao-ye immediately stood up and said, "I've stepped into the 1st stage of true Qi not long ago. I want to go as well." Xiao Li stood up and said, "I'm a ghost cultivator. My body is very special. The impact of the air currents won't hurt me much. I can go as well." Lin Bei Bei and the others were anxious when they saw the 4 girls from Hero City were going to enter the entrance. They began to blame themselves for being weak. If they knew this would happen, they would have trained hard day and night. However, Zhang Kuka suddenly jumped out and said, "Then I'll go with you as the beauty representative of Hero City." Su-ruo-ro immediately rejected. "No way. You guys are too weak. You'll die for nothing if you go. I don't want Qin Feng to come back sad." Zhang Kuku was immediately displeased. She raised her small pink fist and said, "You said I'm too weak? I'm not bragging, but the 4 of you combined can't withstand a single punch from me." Su-ruo-ro and the others rolled their eyes. They had already investigated the women from Hero City. Su-chiao-yu was the strongest among them. However, she was only at the 7th stage of inner Qi. As for Zhang Kuku, her inner Qi was very weak. It seemed like she was only at the 2nd stage of inner Qi. Chapter 1393. Su-ruo-ro had already taken away Shui-er's ancient compass and was discussing with the Thousand Illusion Child and the others when to enter the Forbidden Gate. Although Lin Bei Bei and the other girls were unwilling, after knowing the seriousness of the matter, they didn't dare to rashly enter the Death Gate formation. At that time, they would die in the formation before even seeing Qin Feng. Zhang Kuka stomped her feet angrily when she realized she was being ignored. "Hey, did you hear what I said? I'm the strongest among the sisters. It's more appropriate for you to follow behind me." Zhang Kuku was usually careless. The beauties in Hero City of Acropolis City were used to it. Rao Sherman quickly pulled her back, but the 4 women ignored her. "Sherman, let go of me. Let me teach those 4 women a lesson." Zhang Kuku was anxious. She wanted to enter the Forbidden Gate to find Big Brother Qin Feng, no matter what. In the end, Rao Sherman couldn't hold her back. Zhang Kuku leaped over 10 meters and stood in front of the Thousand Illusion Child. "Kuku, what's the situation now?" "Stop fooling around," Rao Sherman yelled at her angrily. Lin Bei Bei and the others were startled. They quickly surrounded Zhang Kuku. None of them knew about Zhang Kuku's strength, let alone the fact that she had drunk the ancient beast gene fluid. In their opinion, Su-ruo-ro and the other 3 women were very powerful. Zhang Kuku was no match for them. Cuckoo, I understand how you feel right now. You're not the only one who's worried about Qin Feng. All of us are worried about him. With your current strength, you'll be blasted into pieces by the airflow the moment you step into the teleportation portal. Qin Feng will be in a lot of trouble. Su Ruoro began to lecture Zhang Cuckoo. Zhang Cuckoo's face darkened. Of course. She knew what Su Ruoro was talking about, but she was obviously very powerful. Even big brother Qin Feng was afraid of her. I've told you 100 times that I'm the strongest among the sisters. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Cuckoo had always been an impatient person. Now, she was jumping up and down like a monkey. Come on. The 4 of you come at me together. Let's see if you can block my punch. Seeing that Zhang Cuckoo was disobedient, the beauties of Acropolis City felt helpless. The Thousand Illusion Child was getting impatient. If Zhang Cuckoo wasn't Qin Feng's woman, she would have knocked her out a long time ago. You're the one who proposed to fight, so don't blame me. The Thousand Illusion Child snorted coldly and suddenly sent a palm strike over. The expressions of the women in Acropolis City and Hero City changed drastically. Su Ruoro was so scared that she wanted to stop her, but the Thousand Illusion Child was too fast, and no one could stop her. Humph! How dare you say you're very powerful with just this bit of strength? Too weak. Just when everyone was worried for Zhang Cuckoo, they saw her standing still with a disgusted expression on her face. Just as the palm was about to hit her little face, Zhang Cuckoo's aura suddenly changed. She threw a punch at a speed so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. A loud explosion followed. No one knew when the illusionary child had disappeared, but 100-meter-long ravine was left on the ground where she was standing just a moment ago. All of a sudden, the women fell silent, and the atmosphere became strange. Zhang Cuckoo's punch might seem simple, but the sound of wind breaking could still be heard. A white figure landed on the ground. It was the Thousand Illusion Child. The Thousand Illusion Child sensed danger the moment Zhang Cuckoo threw a punch at her. She retreated without a second thought, and she was almost severely injured by Zhang Cuckoo's punch. Thousand Illusion, Wayu! Su Ruoro's mouth was agape, and she could not utter a complete sentence. Choya and Xiao Li were also stunned. They stared at Zhang Cuckoo as if she was a monster. What do you think? I've told you that I'm the most powerful among the sisters. Do you believe me now? Zhang Cuckoo had forced the Thousand Illusion Child to retreat, but she did not seem to be affected at all. She really did not take the Thousand Illusion Child seriously. When Qin Feng returned to Hero City after breaking through to Stage 5 from Devil Beast Mountain, he was shocked by Zhang Cuckoo's strength. In other words, when Zhang Cuckoo activated the genetic fluid in her body, her battle prowess was on par with a Stage 5 True Qi cultivator. On the other hand, the Thousand Illusion Child was merely at Stage 1 True Qi. If Zhang Cuckoo didn't show mercy, she would have become a corpse by now. What's your cultivation level? I didn't know there's an expert like you hiding in the secular world of China. The Thousand Illusion Child finally regained her senses. However, the astonishment in her eyes did not subside even after a long time. Even Lin Bei and the others were stunned, let alone the 4 girls from the hero city of the outer martial world. They had been hanging out with Zhang Cuckoo every day, but they did not realize that this girl had become so powerful. No wonder Zhang Cuckoo always wanted to hunt sharks in the sea or wild beasts in Devil Beast Mountain. In the past, the girls thought that this girl was insensitive, but now they realized that she was really powerful. I don't want to talk about my cultivation level. Just remember, as long as I'm the one who will bring you to the gate of despair, no one will be able to bully us. Zhang Cuckoo patted her proud chest and said coolly. After witnessing the power of her punch, no one dared to dissuade Zhang Cuckoo anymore. This girl was truly the most powerful among all of them. Su Ruoro's group of 4 had now become 5. After some discussion, they decided to enter the formation at midnight because that would be the time when the formation would be at its weakest. However, Lin Bei Bei and the others did not leave. They stayed with Su Ruoro and the others until nightfall. At around 11 o'clock, a few beautiful figures rushed up from the foot of the mountain. It turned out that it was Han Ying and the others. Bei Bei, Qing Qing Wenjing. Did everyone really find the entrance to the Gate of Despair? Han Ying was still wearing the black silk uniform she wore during the day. Li Yuqin was by her side. Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao were also here. Yun Xiao was also in the group. Everyone came after receiving Shue's message. After a discussion between Su Ruoro and the Thousand Illusion Child, they decided that it would be best to bring a few more powerful women with them. The more people there were, the more power there was. When the time came, they would have a higher chance of winning. Shue, I had already explained the situation to Han Ying and the others in detail. When Han Ying found out that only Stage 9 Inner Qi could join Su Ruoro's group, she became anxious. After all, she had just entered Stage 5 Inner Qi. Among the group of beauties, only Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan had entered Stage 9 Inner Qi. Moreover, their strength had stabilized at the pinnacle of Stage 9 Inner Qi. Now, Su Ruoro's group of 5 had become 7. Seeing that the 7 of them were about to barge into the Gate of Despair, the other women's faces were filled with worry. Sisters, why don't I call my brother over? With him around, I'll feel more at ease. Shue suddenly said. The women's expressions changed drastically. Han Ying hurriedly rejected. No, Shue, if the dragon god finds out about this, he'll definitely stop us. Only the sisters can know about this. Don't tell anyone else. The women's thoughts were the same as Han Ying's. They had secretly come to Ice Lake Mountain without telling the dragon god, Qin Xiao, Lu Jie, and the others. They knew that once the news of their arrival was leaked, those people would definitely stop them. Shue sighed and said no more. Han Ying and the other women looked at Su Ruoro and the others as if they were going to be parted forever. The ancient compass has located the entrance. This time, the entrance is right in front of us. Sisters, are you ready? Su Ruoro shouted excitedly as she held the compass in her hand. Qiuye, Thousand Illusion Child, Shaoli, Zhang Kuku, Huayan, Rin Xiaoyao, including Su Ruoro, the 7 women stood in a row at the edge of the cliff. They looked like brave warriors who were not afraid of death. We're ready, Hua Yan and the others said in unison. Su Ruoro was about to take the lead when Qiao Shishir suddenly ran up to her and said, Take me with you. Although my cultivation base isn't high, I'm a spirit beast master. I can control the minds of beasts, so I might be able to help. Su Ruoro raised an eyebrow. The formation would only stay for 3 minutes at a time. After that, it would move to another place. Although she was worried about Qiao Shishir, she did not have the time to persuade her. All right, there are 8 of us going to the extinction gate. We don't want to live together, but we want to die together. Su Ruoro shouted and took the lead. Under the night sky, her white dress fluttered in the wind. Her slender figure floated in the air and suddenly disappeared. Where did Ruoro go? It's the extinction gate's entrance. Sisters, let's jump together. Lin Bei Bei and the other women screamed in fear. However, they heard the Thousand Illusion Child shout, and she too disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled on the mountain peak. Zhang, Kuku, and the other women leaped into the air one after another. There was a cliff in front of them, but none of them were afraid. When Qiao Shishir was the last one to jump into the air and disappeared, the air trembled. The entrance had changed its position. They're all gone? Lin Bei Bei looked as if she had seen a ghost. Han Ying was the most composed among the women. She said solemnly, The 8 sisters have gone to the extinction gate. I wonder if they'll be able to pass through the formation. Would he encounter any danger there? Let's pray for them. The women stood at the top of the mountain for a long time, unwilling to leave. They prayed for Su Ruoro and the others again and again in their hearts. At the same time, Su Ruo and the others entered the formation. As soon as they entered, they could feel the strong wind and waves inside the formation. The wind was so strong that tears flowed from their eyes. Is everyone here? Hurry up and hug each other. Let's circulate our auras to resist the wind, the Thousand Illusion Child shouted. The 8 of them gathered together with great difficulty. 8 different auras flowed out and formed a transparent air barrier. However, their cultivation bases were too low. As soon as the barrier was formed, it was broken by the violent wind inside the formation. Qiao Shi, who was the weakest among them, had difficulty breathing. She felt as if her body was going to be crushed at any moment. This is bad. Shi can't hold on much longer. Su Ruo shouted anxiously. She already regretted taking the risk. Even she herself couldn't hold on much longer, let alone Qiao Shi. The other women were in the same situation. The strength of the formation was far beyond their expectations. A wave of despair rose in their hearts. They felt that death was not far away. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang in their ears. Zhang, who seemed to have transformed into another person. Her aura was incomparably violent, and her eyes were blood red. She was like an ancient beast that had suddenly awakened. She resisted the violent wind and waves and threw a punch. Rumble. Chapter 1394. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the City War main mission. Take down Meteor City and Distant Ice City. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 hedonist points and 1 black dragon mech. Host Qin Feng's total hedonist points. 1. 969 million. When Immortal Spirit City was completely stabilized, the City War mission was also considered completed. Qin Feng didn't dare to test the power of the Black Dragon mech. This was the divine Great Land. If a mech suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was discovered, he wouldn't even know how he died. Defensive battle armor made from premium cold steel. Only 998 silver coins. You won't suffer a loss if you buy it, and won't be fooled if you buy it. We're doing a clearance sale, and only 10 pieces are left. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 10 years. Orange quality spiritual sword. Everyone, come and take a look. Sir, are you looking for a place to stay? Our Myriad Flower Tower is a chain restaurant in the divine Great Land, and we have branches in the main towns of the 9 cities. This Fire Beacon Tower's main store is even more exquisite, and the service is on point. I guarantee that you'll be able to stay and eat in peace. The moment they entered Fire Beacon City's gate, they saw a bustling scene. This was the only public city in the divine Great Land. People from the other 8 cities gathered here, and it could be considered as a silk road. There were many peddlers on both sides of the street, and the road was crowded with people. In the crowd, there was a man and a woman wearing silk clothes and straw hats. They were even riding Fergana horses, and it was obvious that they came from a rich family. They attracted many people's attention as they walked on the street. Young Master Qiao, Fire Beacon City, is so lively. It's several times more prosperous than West Town. The man and woman on the horse were naturally Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen. After stabilizing Immortal Spirit City, Qin Feng brought Hua Xiaozhen to Fire Beacon City. It was Hua Xiaozhen's first time coming to Fire Beacon City, and she was already mesmerized by the bustling scene. She chattered like a cheerful bird along the way. Qin Feng's eyes under the straw hat were constantly vigilant of the surroundings. Before he came, Teacher Qiao had warned him many times that Fire Beacon City was a dangerous place with many eyes. As expected, Qin Feng had only brought Hua Xiaozhen into the city for less than 10 minutes, and he already noticed a dozen or so gazes staring at him. Eldest Miss, the jade hairpins here are of the new style. Do you want to take 2 back? Flaming Dragon Horse passed by a stall selling hairpins. The stall was filled with colorful hairpins of various styles. Hua Xiaozhen's eyes lit up as she looked at them. Girls of her age had no resistance to accessories and other small things. However, Hua Xiaojin quickly retracted her gaze. She politely smiled at the old granny and shook her head. She had come with young Master Chiao to handle official business, so she could not delay young Master Chiao's time. How much is one hairpin? Qin Feng had already seen the flash of light in Hua Xiaojin's eyes. He stopped his horse and asked the stall owner. Seeing that there was business, the old lady immediately smiled and said, "Young master, the hairpins are very cheap, 1 copper coin each. Young master, do you want to buy a few for your sweetheart?" Hua Xiaojin blushed. How could she be worthy of being young master Chiao's sweetheart? Just as she was about to explain to the stall owner, she felt Qin Feng hug her even tighter. He said, "Give me 10. Hua Xiaojin and the old lady stared blankly. This Qin Feng was too generous. After the old lady came back to her senses, she smiled from ear to ear. She hurriedly packed 10 of the prettiest hairpins and handed them to Qin Feng. "Young master is truly generous. Miss, you have good fortune. You will definitely be happy with this young master." "Ah, that granny, I don't need so many. Just give me one, I'll pay for it myself." How could Hua Xiaojin have the nerve to ask Qin Feng to buy hairpins for her? She blamed herself in her heart. Why did she look around? Wasn't this causing trouble for young Master Chiao? The price of the jade hairpins made Hua Xiaojin's heart ache. However, she quickly fished out a handful of broken coins and gathered them together. With great difficulty, she managed to buy 1 copper coin. She had saved up this money when she was a servant girl. She usually kept it on her and didn't dare to spend it carelessly. Qin Feng pressed down on Hua Xiaojin's lily-white hand and stuffed her money back. He used a commanding tone and said, "Don't argue with me. Buy the jade hairpins and we'll continue on our way." Hua Xiaojin was so nervous that she trembled. She could only accept the 10 jade hairpins. Qin Feng casually gave the stall owner a gold coin and left, leaving the old lady standing there in a daze with a shocked expression. "Master, why you just gave me a gold coin? That can be exchanged for 1,000,000 copper coins." Hua Xiaojin was also frightened by Qin Feng's extravagance. After leaving the stall for a while, she finally came back to her senses. Qin Feng didn't care. He still had over 100 gold bars on him. 1 gold coin was nothing. That stall owner has it hard. She is about the same age as your granny, but she still has to do business outside. Count it as me helping her." Qin Feng casually said. Hua Xiaojin was stunned. Her heart was filled with warmth. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm. This was the first time she had met such a kind young master like Qin Feng. Fire Beacon City was vast, and Qin Feng was not familiar with this place. He had just arrived at this place, so he didn't know what to do next. However, at this time, 4 figures jumped behind the flaming dragon horse and followed Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. "Young Master Chiao, which hairpin do you think is the prettiest?" Hua Xiaojin was completely unaware of the danger behind her. She was already dazzled by the bag of jade hairpins. Qin Feng was already aware that they were being followed, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. He even rubbed Hua Xiaojin's head and softly said, "Little Jeanne is very beautiful. Whichever hairpin you wear will look good on you." Hua Xiaojin's little face blushed. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She shyly asked, "Young Master Chiao, why you really think that little Jeanne is beautiful?" "Of course. Then between me and that woman, Ling Yuner, who is prettier?" Hua Xiaojin suddenly asked. Qin Feng was startled. He didn't think that Hua Xiaojin would suddenly bring up that cunning and sinister woman. She was already killed in the city war. "Little Jeanne, you and that woman are on 2 completely different levels. You are in heaven, and she is in hell," Qin Feng said. Hua Xiaojin was so happy that she almost floated in the air. However, she was still a bit confused. If young Master Chiao didn't like that woman. Why did he do that with her? However, Hua Xiaojin quickly stopped thinking about it. She didn't care if Qin Feng did that with other women. As long as Qin Feng didn't leave her behind, it was fine. Young Master Qiao, can you help me put it on? Hua Xiaojin finally picked a purple hairpin. Qin Feng noticed that the hairpin on her head was made of tree branches. She had scraped the bark clean and inserted it into her hair. Qin Feng's heart ached when he saw this obedient, weak, and poor woman in his embrace. He couldn't help but think about Lin Beibei. When he first met Lin Beibei, her situation was very similar to Hua Xiaojin's. Qin Feng coiled Hua Xiaojin's hair as he rode. After putting on the jade hairpin, he said, "Little Jeanne, in the future, you can buy whatever you like. Take these gold coins. Don't be reluctant to spend them. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy." Hua Xiaojin immediately reached into her pocket and took out a large handful of gold coins. She was so scared that she almost fell off the horse. She was about to speak when she heard Qin Feng continue, "Don't refuse me. You're a servant. You have no right to refuse your master's arrangements." Hua Xiaojin was so anxious that tears were about to fall. In the end, she could only carefully put the gold coins in the most hidden place in her clothes, as if she was deeply afraid of losing them. Qin Feng was amused by this girl's appearance. Halfway through his laughter, his expression became serious. The 4 people following behind him suddenly rushed over and surrounded Flaming Dragon Horse. "Ah, W, what are you doing?" Hua Xiaojin screamed in fear. The 4 people were all tall and strong. They wore black clothes in broad daylight, and their faces were covered by black masks. Clearly, they were professional robbers. At this time, Flaming Dragon Horse walked to an alley far away from the market. There were a lot less people around. One of the men pulled Flaming Dragon Horse into an empty alley. Hua Xiaojin screamed and wanted to call for help, but she heard Qin Feng whisper into her ear, telling her not to make a sound. Hua Xiaojin had a confused expression, but she still chose to listen to Qin Feng's orders. Her soft body trembled in Qin Feng's arms. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but she was afraid that these people would harm Qin Feng. "Senior He Chao, we've caught a big fat sheep this time. Look at this tall Fergana horse. It's worth over 12 gold bars." One of the men couldn't help but laugh loudly. The strong man who pulled Flaming Dragon Horse in angrily scolded, "You idiot! How many times have I told you not to shout my name when you're robbing? Are you fucking brainless?" The laughing man suddenly shut his mouth and vented his anger on Qin Feng. "Stinking brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get off the horse. We're disciples of Skycloud's sword. If you don't listen to us, we'll kill you." After Hua Xiaojin understood their intention to rob them, she was so scared that her face turned pale. The man, called He Chao, kicked the man who shouted. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "Fuck you! I told you not to reveal your identity. Are you fucking retarded? Why the fuck are we wearing masks now? They already know we're disciples of Skycloud's sword." He Chao couldn't care less about Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin at this moment. He angrily scolded the junior brother. The other 2 were stunned and didn't know what to do. However, they kept an eye on Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin to prevent them from escaping. Hua Xiaojin glanced at the entrance of the alleyway. Just as she was about to pull Qin Feng and escape, she felt Qin Feng hugging her tightly. He had no intention of leaving. He Chao had already finished scolding them and walked back. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to waste words with Qin Feng. He immediately yelled, "Stinking brat, I only want your money, not your lives. Seeing that you're a disciple of a rich family, as long as you obediently hand over all your money, I can spare your lives." Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't believe this person's bullshit. Their identities had already been exposed, so why would they leave him alive? Chapter 1395. Hua Xiaojin cautiously suggested. She kept her head down, and the straw had covered her delicate features. However, when she spoke, Her clear and melodious voice attracted the attention of the four people. He Chao suddenly said, "Raise your head and let me see." Hua Xiaojin trembled in fear. She knew she was pretty, so she suggested Qin Feng buy a straw hat to cover her face. She didn't expect to attract the other party's attention. Although she was unwilling, Hua Xiaojin was very afraid of He Chao and the others. She could only slowly raise her head. When her delicate features were revealed, He Chao and the others stared straight at her. The junior brother who revealed their identities couldn't remain calm and cried out, "Senior brother He Chao, this girl is so pretty. Let's keep her." He Chao glared at him, but didn't say anything. He looked back at Hua Xiaojin and was very fond of her. "Stinking brat, leave behind this fine horse and your belongings, then scram." He Chao had already given the order, and the three juniors immediately surrounded Qin Feng, glaring at him fiercely. Hua Xiaojin grabbed onto the corner of Qin Feng's clothes and looked at him pitifully. Qin Feng secretly patted Hua Xiaojin's waist to comfort her. He looked at He Chao and said, "Then what about my servant girl?" The four people were stunned. They didn't think that Qin Feng would care about Hua Xiaojin's safety at a time like this. He Chao smiled coldly and said, "If I like that girl, I'll rip off her clothes and satisfy her. Do you have any more questions?" His words were so arrogant that he didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Hua Xiaojin was so angry that her face turned white. She wanted to rush up and kick him. Qin Feng's heart was already burning with anger. He sneered, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Without waiting for He Chao to speak, the foolish disciple jumped out and roared, "Stinking brat, this is Sky Cloud Sword's eldest senior brother, He Chao. He's at the 5th layer of true qi. If you don't want to die, leave the money and scram. Otherwise, if eldest senior brother goes back on his word, the disciple was called Hieo, and he was usually slow." These words clearly revealed He Chao's background. He Chao was so angry that he slapped him. "You idiot! No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. We're here to rob. Do you think we're here to receive rewards?" Hieo covered his red and swollen face and looked at He Chao with a bit of grievance. Qin Feng had already lost his patience. He had already investigated the strength of the four people. Only He Chao had stepped into the 5th stage of true qi. The other three were all at the 4th stage of true qi. In Qin Feng's eyes, these realms were like ants. "Since you've finished speaking, it's my turn to say a few words. Immediately take out all the money you have on you. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times and apologize to my maid. If you do that, I can spare your lives." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the entire alley fell into a dead silence. He Chao and the others stared at him in disbelief. They thought there was something wrong with their ears. Even Hua Xiaojin was dumbfounded. She knew that Qin Feng was also a martial warrior, but how could he defeat 4 Holy Gate disciples? "You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let Grandpa teach you a lesson." Hieo, who had just been slapped by He Chao, had a belly full of anger. He roared angrily and swung his fist at Qin Feng. Before the fist arrived, a gust of wind blew through the alley. That violent aura made it hard for Hua Xiaojin to breathe. She was so anxious that she started crying. "Young Master Chao, be careful!" As Hua Xiaojin cried out in fear, a loud explosion rang out. It was so loud that her ears went deaf. When she opened her eyes, she was immediately dumbstruck. Unexpectedly, the tall and burly Holy Gate disciple was sent flying. He fell on the wall dozens of meters away, causing the brick wall to collapse. The atmosphere became quiet again. A strange aura floated in the air. He Chao and the remaining 2 junior brothers were dumbfounded. They didn't even see how Qin Feng made his move, and Hieo was already unconscious. "Stinking brat, you dare to make a move?" Everyone attacked together. He Chao quickly regained his senses. With a roar, he took the lead and rushed over. Qin Feng unhurriedly shielded Hua Xiaojin behind him. When he saw the three people's attacks coming at him at the same time, he casually waved his hand. 3 flames shot out in the air, mixed with the faint sound of the wind. When the 3 people reached him, they suddenly knelt down, their long cuts on their knees. The destructive fire immediately charred the wounds, and a foul stench floated in the air. "Ah, young Master Chow, let's run." Hua Xiaojin was confused by the scene in front of her. She didn't have time to think. She was about to pull Qin Feng and run for their lives. Qin Feng found it funny. He hugged Hua Xiaojin and comforted her by touching her back. "Xiaojin, don't be afraid. These people are not my match." Hua Xiaojin finally calmed down. She looked at He Chao and the other 2 who were kneeling on the ground, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They seemed to have been defeated by young Master Chow. The fire blade martial technique was so powerful that even a true Qi Stage 7 expert would be caught off guard. Not to mention He Chao and the other 2 with their meager strength. At this moment, they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Qin Feng hugged Hua Xiaojin and approached. The 3 of them were trembling in fear. The ruthlessness on their faces disappeared. There was no trace of arrogance. The 3 of them wanted to run for their lives, but they discovered that under Qin Feng's powerful might, they didn't even have the courage to run. Young hero, please spare us. It was our fault. We were blind and offended young hero. We hope that young hero will spare our lives." He Chao had already begun to beg for mercy. His appearance of losing his dignity in order to live made Hua Xiaojin feel disgusted. The other 2 disciples were also begging for mercy. The 3 of them were about to die from depression. They were the dignified disciples of the Sky Cloud Sword sect. Their status was very high. Relying on their superior strength, they had been robbing people at the entrance of Fire Beacon City for the past few days. Their previous crimes were very successful, but they didn't expect to kick a nail board today. Facing the 3's begging, Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear them. He suddenly raised his hand, and an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking echoed in their ears. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. However, after waiting for a moment, the 3 of them didn't feel anything strange on their bodies. Instead, Hua Xiaojin suddenly cried out, "Ah, young Master Chow, that person's head fell off." Hua Xiaojin covered her small mouth with a cute expression while pointing at Hieo, who was lying in the far corner. He Chao and the other 2 quickly turned around to look, and their eyes suddenly fell to the ground. Hieo's head was cut off by Qin Feng's flame blade, and his body was burnt black. This move was extremely cruel, and it made He Chao and the other Sacred Gate disciples, who were numb to killing, feel fear. "Oh, that person's head really fell off. Who did it?" Qin Feng hugged Hua Xiaojin tightly and patted her head to comfort her. Hua Xiaojin still hadn't regained her senses, and she stupidly said, "I don't know who did it." "Young Master Chow, we should leave quickly. There seems to be a very powerful expert hiding nearby." Qin Feng was amused by Hua Xiaojin's silly expression. He Chao and the other 2 were speechless. They clearly knew how Hieo died, but no one dared to say it. Young hero, what will make you spare this little brother?" "This little brother will do everything." After Hieo died, He Chao and the other 2 became even more nervous. At the same time, they were shocked. Hieo was a true Qi Stage 4 expert, and he died just like that? What was the realm of this young man in front of them? I said it very clearly before. Kneel down, kowtow, apologize, and hand over all your belongings. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your dog lives. Qin Feng spoke as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When he first said this, He Chao and the other 3 people laughed at him. Now that he said it again, the expressions of the 3 people who were still alive became incomparably solemn. "Brat, we all live in the divine great land. I advise you to leave a way out for yourself. In any case, we are Sky Cloud Sword's disciples. If the Skycloud Sword sect master and great elder find out about this, they will definitely not forgive you. He Chao's expression suddenly became cold, and he began to threaten Qin Feng. Hua Xiaojin was filled with anxiety, but Qin Feng sneered. Not long ago, when the city war ended, all the sacred sects in the divine Great Land were spying on distant Ice City and Meteor City, including Skycloud Sword's sacred sect. That night, Skycloud Sword's elder, He joined forces with Life and Death Sect's elder Yan Sheng to attack distant Ice City, but was killed by Qin Feng alone. If he knew the location of Skycloud Sword and Life and Death Sect, he would definitely kill his way there and exterminate them. Would he be afraid of He Chao's threat now? Whoosh! A faint sound of wind suddenly sounded. Because the alley had fallen into silence, this sound attracted He Chao and the other two people's attention. Hua Xiaojin also heard it. She pouted and looked around strangely. Suddenly, she screamed, dead, another one died. He Chao, who had been speaking ruthlessly just a moment ago, was now beheaded and rolled a few meters away. The ground was covered with blood, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The remaining two disciples were long dumbfounded, and one of them even wet his pants. What are you two still standing there for? Do you want to end up like him? After killing He Chao with a fire blade, Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. The two disciples of Skycloud Sword could no longer withstand the pressure brought by Qin Feng. They kowtowed to Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin with all their might. They did not dare to stop even when their heads were bleeding. Great hero, please spare us. We deserve to die, we deserve to die. I'm willing to hand over all my belongings. Please don't kill us, great hero. The two of them kowtowed while begging for mercy. Hua Xiaojin was already dumbstruck. This was the first time in her life that someone kowtowed to her. This made her nervous. The other party was a Sacred Gate disciple with a high status. How could they kowtow to him? Young Master Chao, Hua Xiaojin grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's shirt and looked at him with pleading eyes. She looked like she wanted to leave. Qin Feng hugged Hua Xiaojin tightly. He still had a mission to change this girl's sealed mindset. Don't be afraid. These people wanted to rob us and even covet your beauty. If it weren't for the fact that I'm slightly stronger than them, what do you think would have happened to us? Chapter 1396. Hua Xiaojin, who was shivering, suddenly calmed down. She glared at the two kowtowing people and said angrily, Young Master Chao, they deserve this. Seeing that Hua Xiaojin's attitude had finally changed a little, Qin Feng was so moved that he wanted to cry. This woman was finally enlightened. That's right, they're all bad people. You can't be soft-hearted towards bad people. Go and kick them right now. Qin Feng's expression was serious. This was not a joke. Hua Xiaojin's eyes were about to fall to the ground. She pointed at her pink nose with her index finger and asked, Young Master Chiao, why you want me to kick them? Qin Feng said with an unquestionable tone, Of course it's you. Otherwise, why don't you ask Master to do it? Hua Xiaojin was so wrong that she was about to cry. She didn't blame Qin Feng for ordering her around. It was natural for Qin Feng to order her around. However, she didn't dare to kick the two Skycloud Sword disciples. It wasn't because she was afraid that she couldn't beat them, but because of the conservative mindset in her bones. After hesitating for a while, Hua Xiaojin said tearfully, Young Master Chiao, please spare this lowly servant. I don't dare to hit them. Qin Feng was moved that Hua Xiaojin's mindset had changed. Now he was depressed again. Why don't you dare to hit them? Are you afraid that they'll fight back? Don't worry, I'll support you here. If anyone dares to fight back, I'll cut off their heads. Qin Feng was afraid that Hua Xiaojin wouldn't believe him, so he shouted at the two kowtowing people with a cold expression, I'll let Xiaojin kick you. Do you dare to fight back? The two disciples felt sullen and started to suspect that there was something wrong with Qin Feng's brain. However, they didn't dare to show it at all. They even smiled and said, No, we definitely won't fight back. We deserve to be hit. Please, eldest miss, give us a beating. The two completely put down their dignity to live. Hua Xiaojin's face was full of disbelief. Before she met Qin Feng, her impression of the Sacred Gate disciples was that they were all high and mighty. Their status was even higher than the officials in the city's yamen. However, these disciples were like wild dogs in front of young Master Qiao. They were even worse than dogs. Xiaojin, go quickly. Those two guys are waiting for you to kick them. Qin Feng continued to encourage her. Hua Xiaojin clenched her fists and carefully walked to the two. She really didn't want to fight, but young Master Qiao repeatedly ordered her to throw caution to the wind. Whoosh! She suddenly lifted her beautiful leg and kicked one of them. She didn't use any strength in that kick, and Qin Feng wondered if she had kicked that person's body. Suddenly, there was a scream in the air. The disciple flipped backward and fell to the ground, clutching his chest as if he was about to die. Ah, so painful. Eldest Miss kick is so painful. Hua Xiaojin was stunned at first, but when she came back to her senses, she burst into tears. She hurriedly ran back into Qin Feng's arms, and her body trembled shockingly. Woo-woo! Qiao! Young Master Qiao, what should we do? I hurt someone. Qin Feng's face darkened with anger. He realized that there were many acting experts in China. Fortunately, there was no entertainment industry here. Otherwise, these Sacred Gate disciples would all be best actors. Damn you, do you think I'm stupid? If you shout again, I'll kill you with one slash. Qin Feng's roar scared the disciple, who was rolling on the ground, into silence. He knelt on the ground again and didn't say a word, as if nothing had happened. Hua Xiaojin stopped crying and looked at the person she had kicked in disbelief. Was this guy acting just now? You really are a bad guy. Hua Xiaojin complained angrily. The disciple was so scared that he began to kowtow and beg for mercy. Hero, please spare me. I didn't mean to cooperate with eldest miss and make her look powerful. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and raised his hand. Instantly, the sound of the wind rang out. The disciple was so scared that his face turned pale. He waited for 10 seconds and found that he was still alive. He glanced to his side and found that his companion was dead. Qin Feng's disorderly style of doing things confused the disciple. Fortunately, the other person who had just died couldn't speak anymore. Otherwise, he would have ridiculed him. He had knelt for a long time, so why did Qin Feng kill him? Great hero you are. The disciple who was left alive looked confused. Hua Xiaojin was confused by Qin Feng's actions. There's still some use in keeping you alive. Now I'll ask you some questions. If you hide anything, you'll end up like those three. Qin Feng's voice was cold. The disciple hurriedly said, Hero, don't worry. I'll tell you everything I know. What's your name? Hero, I'm He Chun, an ordinary disciple of Sky Cloud Sword Sect. Right now, I'm at the 4th layer of True Qi. He Chun was afraid that his answer would make Qin Feng unhappy, so he told him everything he knew. Just say what you want to ask. If you don't, then don't say anything. Qin Feng impatiently interrupted him. Do you know the location of the 1,000 Shadow Sect? He Chun was surprised and said, Hero, only the disciples of the sect know the locations of the great sects of the divine Great Land. Disciples from other sects can't find out. Qin Feng guessed this and continued to ask, Then did you see any disciples of the 1,000 Shadow Sect at Fire Beacon City? I followed Senior He Chao to guard the entrance of Fire Beacon City for 4 to 5 days. I saw many disciples from other sects, but I didn't see anyone from the 1,000 Shadow Sect. Hero, are you looking for disciples from the 1,000 Shadow Sect? Qin Feng nodded and said, That's right, I'm looking for disciples from the 1,000 Shadow Sect. Do you have any way? He Chun's eyes turned around. Fire Beacon City is the only public city in the divine Great Land. Disciples from the other 8 great cities often come here to shop and train. It just so happens that the Science and Technology exhibition is going to be held in 3 days. At that time, there will be many disciples from other sects coming to visit. Maybe you will meet people from the Thousand Shadow sect. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, but he still had some doubts. Science and Technology exhibition? What is that? He Chun looked at Qin Feng in disbelief and wondered if this person was someone from the divine Great Land. He didn't even know about the Science and Technology exhibition. However, he didn't dare to speak carelessly, so he smiled and said, "Hero, the Science and Technology exhibition is a large-scale exhibition that Fire Beacon City holds every year. It can attract many people. Speaking of which, the products in this Science and Technology Museum are quite strange. They are all rare things in the divine Great Land. I heard that they were obtained from the outside world, but I don't know the specifics." Hearing the words outside world, Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin became nervous. Currently, Qin Feng was wanted by all the sacred gates, so Hua Xiaojin was afraid that his identity would be exposed. Qin Feng, on the other hand, quickly calmed down. He didn't think that Fire Beacon City would have a Science and Technology Museum. What kind of things would be displayed in the Science and Technology Museum? Qin Feng was looking forward to it. After getting some useful information, Qin Feng planned to kill He Chao with a fire blade, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep him alive. Qin Feng was worried about how to complete the mission to change Hua Xiaojin's mind. Now that there was a test subject, it was exactly what he wanted. "Hero, I have told you everything I know. Please don't kill me." He Chun realized that Qin Feng had asked all the questions he needed to ask, so he quickly began to beg for mercy. Qin Feng picked him up and casually threw a pill into He Chun's mouth. He Chun was so scared that he covered his throat and wanted to spit out the pill. "Hero, what did you give me to eat?" He Chun anxiously asked. "It's just poison. You don't need to be so nervous," Qin Feng said calmly. He Chun patted his chest and calmed down. In the next second, he suddenly jumped up and screamed. "What? You gave me poison? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? You untrustworthy piece of trash. I'll fight you to the death." He Chun realized that he was going to die, so he suddenly swung his fist. Qin Feng stood in place without moving and slowly said, "I gave you poison, but I don't have to kill you. As long as you perform well, I'll give you the antidote later." "Huh? Are you going to hit me? It seems like there's no point in keeping you alive." When Qin Feng finished speaking, He Chun rushed in front of him. His originally fierce fist landed on Qin Feng's chest, but the strength was greatly changed. It became like he was massaging Qin Feng's chest. "Hee, Hero Chao, how could I dare to attack you? I saw that you must be tired after standing for so long, so I'll massage you to relax." Hua Xiaojin was about to vomit from He Chun's hypocrisy. She quickly grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes and reminded him, "Young Master Chao, let him go. You can't keep this kind of person by your side." He Chun was so excited that he wanted to cry out. He couldn't wait to leave, but he heard Qin Feng say, "Let him follow us for a few days. We're not familiar with Fire Beacon City, and we don't know where the Science and Technology exhibition will be held in 3 days. Plus, we're lacking a lackey to serve us tea." This person is just right. Knowing that Qin Feng spared his life because he lacked a servant, He Chun almost died from anger. Hua Xiaojin was still a bit worried. She couldn't understand Qin Feng's thoughts, but seeing that Qin Feng had already made up his mind, she couldn't persuade him otherwise. The 3 of them left the small alley, knowing that there would be a Science and Technology exhibition in 3 days, and that there was a high chance of encountering the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciples. Qin Feng didn't plan on looking for them on the streets. He first needed to find a place to stay. He Chun was quite familiar with Fire Beacon City, so he quickly found a hotel to stay in. Moreover, he paid for the rooms. They got a total of 2 rooms. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin stayed in the superior room, while He Chun stayed in the most ordinary room. Thinking about the price of 1 silver coin for a night in the superior room, He Chun's heart continuously bled. "Young Master Chao, Why did you keep He-chun by your side? That guy isn't sincere and will definitely take revenge on you. When only she and Qin Feng were left in the room, Hua Xiaojin finally said what she had been holding back the entire time. Qin Feng didn't care about He-chun. That guy was only at the 4th level of true qi. If he dared to play any tricks, Qin Feng could kill him at any time. Xiaojin, call He-chun over. Qin Feng suddenly said. Hua Xiaojin thought that Qin Feng had listened to her suggestion and became happy. Young Master Qiao, why don't I just tell him that you can leave now? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. I didn't say I could let him leave. Call him over to serve us. Since he had nothing to do, Qin Feng decided to speed up his mission to change Hua Xiaojin's thoughts. Chapter 1397. Hua Xiaojin was depressed. She couldn't understand why Qin Feng asked He-chun to stay. If he lacked a servant to serve tea, Hua Xiaojin felt that she could take good care of young Master Qiao. 5 minutes later, Hua Xiaojin still obeyed Qin Feng's orders and brought He-chun into the house. Along the way, He-chun kept peeking at Hua Xiaojin's graceful figure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of being poisoned and Qin Feng's powerful skills, his bestial nature would have erupted and dominated this woman. Hero Qiao, what orders do you have for me? He-chun put away the perverted look in his eyes and looked at Qin Feng fawningly. Qin Feng ignored him and waved at Hua Xiaojin. Xiaojin, come into my arms. Hua Xiaojin was shy, but she obediently lowered her head and walked to Qin Feng's side. When she sat down, she seemed nervous and uneasy. She still felt that she shouldn't sit with young Master Qiao. He couldn't help but touch Hua Xiaojin's soft body a few times. Qin Feng then looked at He-chun. What are you still standing there for, you lackey? Hurry and pour us a cup of tea. Qin Feng acted like a young master, making He-chun so angry that he secretly gritted his teeth. As a disciple of Skycloud's sword, other than serving tea to the sect elders and sect master, when had he ever been reduced to doing such menial work for outsiders? Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she cried out, Ah, young Master Qiao, it's better to let this lowly servant pour tea. Qin Feng hugged Hua Xiaojin tightly in his arms and didn't let her get up. Why are you pouring tea? You're his master now. How can a master pour tea for a servant? But my status is lowly, how can I? Hua Xiaojin was so anxious that she was about to cry. He-chun was a Sacred Gate disciple. Qin Feng didn't care. Even if Skycloud Sword's great elder or sect master came, he wouldn't give them face, let alone a mere sect disciple. I said you're his master. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sell you. Qin Feng was a little angry. His words scared Hua Xiaojin into immediately shutting up. He-chun was stunned at the door, full of depression. When he robbed Qin Feng previously, he realized that Qin Feng was sick in the head. Now, he was even more certain of his guess. What are you waiting for? Don't you want your head any more? Qin Feng glared at He-chun, scaring him into immediately pouring 2 cups of tea. Qin Feng took a cup. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she trembled. She stretched out her hand and took it back. She didn't dare to take the teacup. Qin Feng was constantly paying attention to Hua Xiaojin's condition. Seeing her expression, he felt a bit helpless. Xiaojin, don't be afraid. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. Only then did Hua Xiaojin carefully take the teacup and nervously take a sip. Before she could swallow the tea, she suddenly heard Qin Feng yell, You dog servant, what kind of tea did you pour? It almost scalded my mouth. Little Zhen, don't drink it. Spit it out. Spit it out on that dog servant. Hua Xiaojin cried. She felt as though she was going to be ruined by Qin Feng. The tea she drank was clearly not hot, and the temperature was just right. How would she dare to spit on He-chun? She was so nervous that she choked on the tea. Cough, cough, young Master Qiao, Hua Xiaojin coughed. Qin Feng lightly patted her back, glared at He-chun, and yelled, Look at what you've done. You choked on eldest Mississippi. Even 100 of your dog lives can't pay for it. He-Chun almost slammed the table and left. However, when he thought of the serious consequences of doing so, he could only swallow his anger and stand to the side. Hua Xiaojin was so anxious that she wanted to speak, but she coughed so badly that she couldn't speak. Qin Feng continued to yell, "What are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize to eldest Mississippi." Murderous intent flashed through He-Chun's eyes. However, the instant Qin Feng raised his hand, he was so scared that he immediately kneeled. He had seen how terrifying Qin Feng was when he raised his hand to kill. Even now, he still had lingering fears. "Eldest Miss, it's all this servant's fault. This servant deserves to be hit." He-Chun knelt on the ground and started to slap his mouth. Hua Xiaojin was incomparably familiar with these actions. When she was a servant girl for the daughters of wealthy families, she often knelt and slapped herself because of small mistakes. Hua Xiaojin anxiously struggled in Qin Feng's arms. With her stubborn mind, she couldn't stand this kind of treatment. "Wah wah, young Master Chiao, this lowly servant is begging you. Don't do this again." Seeing Hua Xiaojin crying unhappily and looking like she was suffering, Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He yelled at He-Chun, "Get out!" He-Chun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He crawled up and ran out, looking as if he was deeply afraid that Qin Feng would call him back. Only Qin Feng and He-Chun were left in the room. Hua Xiaojin was still sobbing softly. Her body trembled nonstop. It looked like she was really frightened. "Xiaojin, are you afraid?" Qin Feng's voice was gentle. "Wah wah, I feel guilty." Hua Xiaojin replied while crying. "Why do you feel guilty?" "Xiaojin's status is lowly, but she made a sacred gate disciple kneel before me. Aye." Hua Xiaojin's sobs intensified as she spoke. Qin Feng said with a solemn expression, "Why is your status lowly?" "Who said your status is lowly? What's the difference between you and He-Chun? You're both humans. From the moment you were born, you're the same. What right do you have to be lowly than him?" Once Qin Feng opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. Hua Xiaojin suddenly froze and looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became confused. "If you do something wrong, you have to kneel and be punished. You were born lowly. You've suffered since you were young, and you've been bullied more and more ruthlessly. Look at that bastard. He's done all kinds of bad things, and he even wanted to rob me and take over your body. He's not punished for his grave mistakes. I merely asked him to bring you a cup of tea, and you can't accept it? Are you only satisfied when I get robbed and killed, and you get bullied and humiliated by him?" Hua Xiaojin's expression changed unpredictably. For the first time, a struggle appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She seriously analyzed Qin Feng's every word. For the first time, she doubted her lowly status. "Young Master Chiao, I don't think that way. I don't want you to be bullied, and I don't want to be bullied and humiliated by others. If possible, I hope that I'll only be dominated by young Master Chiao for the rest of my life." Hua Xiaojin's tone was a bit anxious. She hesitated for a while before continuing. "Young Master Chiao is right. That guy is a bad person. We shouldn't be too good to him." Qin Feng's expression was as cold as frost, but his heart was blooming with joy. He knew that what he did and what he said were effective. Hua Xiaojin seemed to be enlightened. "Xiaojin, that's right. Then, do you know how to face He-Chun and the others in the future?" Qin Feng looked at her expectantly. Hua Xiaojin gritted her teeth, as if she had made a difficult decision. "Yes. Next time that guy pours me tea, I won't refuse." Qin Feng rolled his eyes and almost fainted from anger. He had been busy for half a day, and all he had to do was persuade Hua Xiaojin to accept He-Chun's tea. "Xiaojin, it's not just about pouring tea. You have to change your stubborn way of thinking. You have to know that you have an equal life with everyone else. And I don't distinguish between high and low, understand? Hua Xiaojin looked at Qin Feng as if she was looking at an idiot. She shook her head and said, "No, I can't be like young Master Qiao. I'm your servant, so my status is lower than yours." Qin Feng resisted the urge to curse. He finally understood that Hua Xiaojin accepted He Chun's tea as a punishment for treating He Chun as a bad person. Her original way of thinking hadn't changed at all. Qin Feng slapped his forehead and once again realized that this task couldn't be completed in a short period of time. He might as well not force Hua Xiaojin and let everything take its course. Seeing Qin Feng lying on the bed without saying anything, Hua Xiaojin's face was full of grievance and depression. She couldn't understand why young Master Qiao always liked to anger himself. "Young Master Qiao, you must be exhausted after a long day of travel. Let this lowly servant massage your body." Hua Xiaojin had already sat on the side of the bed and gently massaged Qin Feng. She inadvertently had some thoughts. Now that Ling Yin'er was gone, young Master Qiao couldn't release some of the emotions in his body. Hua Xiaojin carefully touched Qin Feng's clothes and moved her little face closer. She felt that, as a lowly servant, she had to serve her master well. Qin Feng pretended to be asleep and didn't know anything as he enjoyed Hua Xiaojin's service. At the same time, on the bustling streets of Fire Beacon City, a group of beauties attracted the attention of many people. "Ruoro, we can't just keep searching like this. I notice that the people here all have very high realms. It will be dangerous for us 8 women to walk on the streets." As a godly ninja from the Japanese country, Chiyoya had always been cautious. She had already noticed that there were dozens of eyes staring at them in the dark, and there were even 7 or 8 people following them. The other women slightly furrowed their brows. Everyone agreed with Chiyoya's words. It was already the 3rd day since they arrived at Fire Beacon City. Excluding the first day when they arrived, the 8 women found a restaurant to sleep for the night. For the remaining 2 days, they searched for Qin Feng's whereabouts, but to no avail. The 8 women stopped at a secluded corner and began to discuss their next plan. They found that they had been in the Absolute Door for 3 days, but they still didn't understand the situation here. Chiyoya is right, the people of this Absolute Door have very high realms. Along the way, the weakest person I met was only at the 2nd level of true qi. As for the rest, I simply couldn't see through their realms. The 1,000 Illusion Child had a dignified expression. Hua Yen followed up. According to the information on the streets these past few days, this Absolute Door is not as simple as we imagined. Not only is there Fire Beacon City, there are other cities as well. We were sent to Fire Beacon City through a formation, but Qin Feng might not even be in this city. Rin Xiaoyao nodded her head to show her agreement with Hua Yan's words. Then she added, "I suggest, sisters, to first make a plan. Blindly searching like this is definitely not a good idea." The women all became silent. Looking at the current situation, they indeed needed to make a good plan because they realized that they would be staying at the Absolute Door for a very long time this time. Su Ruoro was silent for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? Let's first find someone to find out the specific situation of the Absolute Door. We will first understand the geography and power distribution of this place before making a decision." Chapter 1398. The girls were startled and instinctively took a few steps back while cautiously looking over. 3 men wearing the same white robe with the pattern of an ice flower engraved on their chests came. The man who spoke stood at the front. It seemed like he had the highest status, while the other 2 followed on his left and right. "Sorry, we don't have time to drink tea." The 1,000 Illusion Child was the oldest among the girls, so she instinctively stood in front of everyone. Xian Qianzhong's gaze swept over the girls. Although his expression was calm, his heart was already in turmoil. The divine Great Land was filled with beauties, but he was still attracted by Su Ruo Ro's group. Most importantly, there were 8 fairies here. Ladies, don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. I have already told you my sex identity. What else do you have to worry about? Xian Qianzhong's gentlemanly demeanor made the girls relax a little. Coincidentally, they were about to find someone to ask about the Death Gate ground, so Huayan asked, "Young noble, may I ask what kind of place the Spire Beacon City is?" Xian Qianzhong and the two disciples behind him were startled. Who in the divine great land didn't know about Fire Beacon City? This was the only public city that gathered the disciples and commoners of the 8 great cities. Heroines, you don't know about Fire Beacon City? Xian Qianzhong frowned and began to wonder about the identity of these women. The girls were nervous. They didn't dare to reveal their identities in the Death Gate ground, or else they would die for sure. Huayan reacted quickly and quickly said, "Young noble misunderstood. We came from another place. Although we have heard of Fire Beacon City, this is our first time here, so we are not familiar with it." Xian Qianzhong's confusion disappeared as he smiled. "So that's how it is. In fact, this is my second time coming to Fire Beacon City. Normally, I have to cultivate in the sect, so it's rare for me to come out. This Fire Beacon City is the only public city in the divine great land. It gathers people from the 8 great cities. Because of the chaotic crowd, Fire Beacon City's security has always been bad. It seems like the 8 heroines are also cultivators. Which sacred gate are you from?" Xian Qianzhong revealed a lot of information, causing the 8 girls to be shocked. They had always thought that the Death Gate territory was the same as the outer world. It was just a training ground in the wilderness. However, from what Xian Qianzhong had said, it seemed to be a huge country with 8 cities. Although they were full of doubts, it was not good for the girls to show it. "I'm sorry, young master. When we came out of seclusion, the elders told us not to reveal the sex information." Huayan continued to make up a story. Xian Qianzhong was not suspicious. Many sex disciples would hide their identities to protect their sex location. This was because many people would follow their disciples to find their sex location, so they had to be careful. It's fine. Since the 8 heroines are really disciples of the Holy Gate, why don't we travel together? The Science and Technology exhibition will be held in 3 days, and there will be many disciples from various sects coming. The 8 heroines are all beautiful goddesses, and it will be very dangerous for us to travel alone. Xian Qianzhong maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. No one would think that he was a bad person. Although Su Ruoro and the others were still on their guard, they weren't as vigilant as they were when they first saw him. "There is a Science and Technology exhibition here?" Su Ruoro exclaimed. Xian Qianzhong knew that this was the 8 women's first time at Fire Beacon City, so he was not surprised that they didn't know about the exhibition. "That's right, the exhibition in 3 days will be very interesting. There will be many treasures that have never been seen before. I heard that these things were brought in from the outside world, but it is hard to know if they are real or fake." The girls were surprised. They didn't think that there would be a Science and Technology museum in this dangerous place. A sliver of hope rose in their hearts. If Qin Feng was also at Fire Beacon City, then he would definitely go to the Science and Technology Museum. "Young master, do you know where the Science and Technology Museum is? When is the specific opening time?" Su Ruoro had already decided to go to the museum, so she asked for details. Xian Qianzhong didn't answer directly and smiled instead. "Heroines, my guest room is right in front. How about I invite everyone to my room for a chat? The Science and Technology Museum is a long story, so let's all sit down and have a cup of tea." The girls looked at each other and were hesitant. They felt that Xian Qianzhong didn't have any evil intentions, but they were still in a strange place, so they were always on guard. Xian Qianzhong saw their hesitation and continued, "Ha! No problem if the heroines have other matters. Then I won't disturb you any longer. We will take our leave first." Xian Qianzhong turned around and left after saying this. How could he be willing to leave? He already knew that the 8 girls were not familiar with Fire Beacon City and had many questions to ask him. Sure enough, he only took a few steps before he heard Su Ruoro's pleasant voice coming from behind him. "Young master, wait. Under Xian Qianzhong's lead, the 8 girls arrived at a restaurant and finally entered a room at the corner of the 3rd floor. The room was quite spacious. At the very least, the 8 girls and Xian Qianzhong's group of 3 did not feel crowded. Seeing the girls being tricked into the room, Xian Qianzhong's eyes flashed with an imperceptible smirk. "Qian Bei, Qian Hui, go pour some tea for the heroines." Xian Qianzhong gave his order and gave the 2 a meaningful glance. The 2 junior brothers immediately understood and went to the side to get busy. Xian Qianzhong then invited the girls to sit down. They sat in a circle on the wooden chairs and were a bit reserved. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to find out more about Fire Beacon City, they would not have come to Xian Qianzhong's room. "Young master, please tell us in detail about the science and technology exhibition." Su Ruoro did not waste any time. She wanted to ask about the important information and immediately leave. Xian Qianzhong smiled and was not in a hurry to answer. "Heroines, don't be in such a hurry. The sky is getting dark and there is enough time for us to slowly chat." Su Ruoro's expression changed. She felt that Xian Qianzhong's smile had changed a bit. "Young master, we still have matters to attend to tonight. Please hurry up and tell us." The 8 girls became a bit cautious. At this time, Xian Qianbei and Xian Qianhui came over with tea and secretly gave their first brother a meaningful glance. "Ha! All right, then I won't waste any more of your time. Have some tea first. I'll tell you everything I know." Xian Qianzhong handed the tea to the girls one by one. They were quite thirsty after a day of walking on the streets. When Zhang Cuckoo was about to drink a cup of tea, Qian Huanchild snatched it away. "Cuckoo, you are not thirsty. There is no need to drink." Zhang Cuckoo didn't understand and angrily glared at Qian Huanchild, who said, "I am not thirsty? Give me back my tea." After hearing Qian Huanchild's words, the other girls who were about to drink their tea suddenly became vigilant. They understood Qian Huanchild's intention. Who knew if the tea was drugged or not? Seeing Zhang Cuckoo throwing a tantrum, Qiao Shishir hugged her and said, "Cuckoo, stop it. Let this young master finish talking, and we will go back." Zhang Cuckoo finally calmed down, but the smile on Xian Qianzhong's face suddenly disappeared. He coldly glared at the girls as if he had turned into a different person. "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Su Ruoro raised her brows and began to circulate her qi. "Humph. What is the meaning of this? Why do you think I called all of you back? I advise you to take off your clothes and lie on the ground. If I'm done, I might spare your lives." Danger lurked everywhere in Fire Beacon City. Disciples from different sects were constantly fighting each other. Even Qin Feng had to be careful when he stepped into the city. Su Ruoro and the other girls felt like they had fallen into a wolf's den. Xian Qianzhong completely revealed his fox's tail. The 8 girls stood up at the same time. Hua Yan was enraged and lashed out with her whip without saying a word. "You bastard! This old lady will teach you a lesson." Crackle! The blood shadow whip exploded in the air. In an instant, dozens of whip shadows filled the room. Xian Qianzhong sneered and stood in the same place without retreating. When the whip shadows were about to hit his head, he casually threw a palm strike and Hua Yan was sent flying. "Yan, are you all right?" Qiao Shishir was frightened and ran to the corner to check on Hua Yan. Rin Xiaoyao's eyes turned red. She raised her hand and thrust the waning moon sword. Shy moon sword style. It looked simple, but a crescent moon appeared behind Rin Xiaoyao. The air in front of her exploded as dozens of sword qi surged forward. Xian Qianzhong didn't move. He easily threw a palm strike and injured Rin Xiaoyao. In just half a minute, 2 peak stage inner qi beauties were on the ground. The remaining people were angry and anxious. Qian Huanchild suddenly took a step forward and pushed the girls behind her. She yelled, "Ruoro, take everyone and run!" Su Ruoro was startled and couldn't make up her mind. She didn't want to leave Qian Huan behind. but she knew they were no match for Xian Qianzhong. If they didn't leave now, they would all be ruined. Haha, wanna leave? Do you think you can? Xian Qianzhong sneered before Su Ruo could react. The two junior brothers ran to the door and blocked the only exit like two mountains. The girls were anxious. They knew something big was going to happen today. They didn't want to give up. It was only the third day since they came to the death gate. Sisters, if we really can't beat him, let's kill ourselves together, Su Ruo suddenly shouted. The girls quickly understood what she meant. If they couldn't beat him, they would be raped by Xian Qianzhong and the other two. However, they would rather die than betray Qin Feng. Haha, I don't understand you women. You won't let me do it, even if I die? Why do you have to do this? Xian Qianzhong couldn't understand the loyalty these women had for Qin Feng. Since they decided to fight to the death, the girls didn't waste any more words. Su Ruo leaped into the air and swung her sword. Flower petals flew out from her sleeves and circled around her like butterflies. She looked like a fairy descending from the heavens. However, it wasn't as pretty as it looked. There was a killer move hidden within. Chapter 1399. Rumble. Xian Qianzhong's attack looked light, but it was extremely destructive. Su Ruo was at the peak of stage 9 inner qi, but she could not defend herself against this attack. Su Ruo also fell. She lay next to Hua Yan and Rin Xiaoyao. Qiao Shi's face was covered in tears. However, 3 more figures flew over. It was Qian Huanchild, Qiuya, and Shaoli. The room was filled with explosions. The wooden tables and chairs were shattered. The 2 disciples were ready to help, but they heard Xian Qianzhong's arrogant voice. You don't need to come. I can take down these ants by myself. Rumble. Qian Huanchild attacked with both palms. Hundreds of palm winds condensed in the air. The violent qi seemed like it was going to flip the roof over. However, Xian Qianzhong kicked her and sent her flying to the ground. Only the 2 girls were left in the battle. Qiuya was so angry that her face was as cold as ice. She had used all the killing techniques that she had learned. All kinds of flying knives, darts, and illusions seemed unstoppable, but they were all broken by Xian Qianzhong's punch. Shaoli gritted her teeth as she watched her sisters fall one by one. She was able to last until now because of the power of the ghost cultivator's secret technique. However, Shaoli's ghost cultivation was too low. She had just reached stage 8 inner qi not long ago, and her strength was comparable to a stage 9 inner qi martial artist. Shaoli fell to the corner of the room after Xian Qianzhong's attack. The chilly wind in the room disappeared. In a short 5 minutes, the girls were defeated. Xian Qianzhong walked up to them with a smirk. Ha! You guys dare to resist with your puny strength? I am a stage 5 inner qi martial artist. If I didn't show mercy, you guys would be dead already. Hua Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill us if you have the guts. Do you think we are afraid of death? Xian Qianzhong's smirk grew wider. I can't bear to kill you guys. I want you guys to warm my bed. Shut up, you animal. Let us go. Ren Xiaoyao yelled angrily. The girls glared at Xian Qianzhong coldly. They were ready to commit suicide if this man took another step forward. The 2 disciples had already walked over with evil smiles on their faces. Eldest senior brother, there are so many beauties here. Can you share 2 with us? Xian Qianzhong waved his hand and said, All right, you guys pick 2 and go play over there. After I finish the rest, we'll trade. The 2 junior brothers were grinning from ear to ear and had already pounced forward to capture Qin Feng. The women's hearts sank and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. They were unwilling to accept this. They didn't even get to see Qin Feng one last time, and they were going to die just like that? Rumble. Just as Rin Xiaoyao's sword was about to stab into her heart, a loud sound startled the women, causing them to stop what they were doing. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They suddenly remembered that Zhang Cuckoo had not even made a move yet, but that insensitive woman had already sent 2 disciples flying with a single punch. Kiki! The girls were so shocked that they couldn't even form a complete sentence. Zhang Cuckoo looked at Xian Qianzhong angrily and complained, "What kind of bullshit body is this? Why does it always disappear at the most crucial moment? Now that it's back to normal, watch me beat you up, you little bastard." It turned out that Zhang Cuckoo had been trying to attack Qin Feng, but she realized that her body was motionless. Under her frenzied stimulation, the ancient giant beast in her body finally awakened. At this moment, she couldn't wait to kill Xian Qianzhong and the other 2 disciples. Xian Qianzhong was dumbfounded. He stared at Zhang Cuckoo as if he had seen a ghost. He had already measured the strength of all the women, and Zhang Cuckoo was the only one with no aura in her body. He didn't expect that this little girl, who was ignored in the beginning, would explode like a dinosaur. "You, who the hell are you?" "I, your father, am an expert of the 5th layer of true qi. I advise you to surrender obediently." Xian Qianzhong, who had always been condescending, suddenly became nervous. He looked at the 2 junior brothers who were sent flying to the ground. They were experts of the 4th layer of true qi. "You little bastard, you want me to surrender? Is there something wrong with your brain? How dare you hurt my good sisters? I'll teach you a lesson." Zhang Cuckoo was already furious. She had never been so angry before. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch. The air suddenly trembled as if an ancient beast was charging at them. Xian Qianzhong was so scared that he didn't even have the courage to face it head-on. He quickly jumped to the side. His punch missed, but it smashed a crack on the ground that went straight to the corner of the wall. "Damn it! Don't kill yourself. This girl is a bit fierce. Let's attack her together." Xian Qianzhong's expression became more and more solemn. He still couldn't see through Zhang Cuckoo's realm, but judging from the movement caused by her punch, she was at least at stage 5 true qi. The 2 disciples were indeed pretending to be dead. They had no choice but to come to Xian Qianzhong's side. The 3 of them glared at Zhang Cuckoo. Before they could make a move, Zhang Cuckoo threw another punch. "You guys can't even withstand a single blow from Cuckoo's big iron fist." Zhang Cuckoo clearly had a small fist, but she insisted on saying that she had a big iron fist. However, Xian Qianzhong and the other 2 didn't care about it. Their expressions changed. The punch seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. Rumble! The punch landed and collided with the trio's attack in midair. Zhang Cuckoo stood rooted to the ground like a mountain, but Qianbei and Qian Hui were sent flying backward, causing a layer of the wall to fall off. Xian Qianzhong retreated and finally stabilized his body by the wall. He looked at Zhang Cuckoo in disbelief. The thought of running away had already sprouted in his mind. "This is what you get for injuring my good sisters. I'll stomp you to death." Zhang Cuckoo seemed to have changed into another person. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her every movement was like the roar of a wild beast. She leaped forward at lightning speed. When she reappeared, she stomped on one of the men. A loud explosion sounded. The 2 men were stomped to death by Zhang Cuckoo. The room suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of the explosion could be heard. Su Rua Ro and the other girls covered their mouths and looked at Zhang Cuckoo in disbelief. It was as if this was the first time they met this woman. Her strength was truly shocking. "You, what are you trying to do? Don't come near me. I don't want to play with you anymore. Get out of my room now." Zhang Cuckoo didn't even bother to look at the 2 men after stomping them to death. She turned around and approached Xian Qianzhong. Xian Qianzhong was so scared that his legs were trembling. He thought he had the 8 beauties in his hands, but now he realized that he had captured a tiger. "Lego? Do you think that's possible?" Zhang Cuckoo's words were spoken calmly, but her voice was like the roar of an ancient giant beast, causing the entire room to shake. She threw another punch. There was no fancy fist technique to speak of, but it was this simple punch that was mixed with an incomparably violent aura. No one dared to block it. Bang! Xian Qianzhong, who was in stage 5 of true qi, was sent flying. The wall behind him was deformed, and it felt like the wall was going to collapse at any time. The girls were so shocked that they were speechless. It felt like a dream. Zhang, Kuku leaped down and stomped on Xian Qianzhong's right leg. A loud bang sounded and the leg was broken. Ouch! The whole room was filled with Xian Qianzhong's blood-curdling screams. He stared at Zhang, Kuku in terror, as if he had seen a demon from hell. He was filled with regret. If he could do it all over again, he would be Li Bai. No, he wouldn't dare to peep at the beauties of the girls, even if he was beaten to death. Kuku, wait! Seeing that Zhang Kuku was about to stomp on Xian Qianzhong's head again, Su Ruo quickly stopped her. The girls rushed over. The blood in Zhang Kuku's eyes gradually disappeared, and she returned to her silly expression. She pouted her lips and complained, Ruo, why are you pleading for that little bastard? What's going on in your head? Su Ruo patted Zhang Kuku's shoulder to calm her down. She suddenly looked at Xian Qianzhong and said, Quick, tell me, how are the territories of the Despair Grounds divided? Zhang Kuku understood that Su Ruo kept Xian Qianzhong alive to ask him questions. Xian Qianzhong was suffering from internal injuries, and one of his legs was broken by Zhang Kuku. The girls were not worried that he would run away. Xian Qianzhong was infuriated. As a genius disciple of the mysterious ice sect, he was defeated by a bunch of bitches. However, even if he was unhappy, he could only suppress it under Zhang Kuku's pressure. Ladies, please spare my life. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. Xian Qianzhong began to beg for mercy. Zhang Kuku kicked Xian Qianzhong impatiently. The seemingly light kick sent Xian Qianzhong flying, and the wall behind him shook a few times. This time, it seemed like it was really going to collapse. The girls were speechless. Su Ruo quickly pulled Zhang Kuku back. She was determined to kill Xian Qianzhong if she kicked him again. My little sister has a bad temper. Stop talking nonsense and answer my questions. Su Ruo's face turned cold. Xian Qianzhong was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He did not know how a woman could be so strong. I'll tell you. There are 9 cities in the Divine Continent, and Fire Beacon City is the only public city. The other 8 cities are the private territories of the sacred sects. The disciples of the sacred sects are not allowed to enter these cities. However, Distant Ice City and Meteor City were conquered by powerful people. Now, the 2 cities have merged and are called Immortal Spirit City. When Xian Qianzhong finished speaking, the girls' expressions changed drastically. Hua Yan exclaimed, What? Immortal Spirit City? Are you telling the truth? Immortal Spirit City was the name of Zhao Lingxian. The reason why Qin Feng went to the Extinction sect not long ago was to look for Zhao Lingxian. Xian Qianzhong was startled. He was puzzled. Where did these girls come from? They don't even know about the 8 cities in the Divine Continent. Also, the matter of Immortal Spirit City has caused quite a commotion in the Divine Continent. Who in the Divine Continent has not heard of it? However, he did not dare to ask any more questions. He quickly said, How would I dare to lie to the 8 heroines? Almost everyone knows about the matter of Immortal Spirit City. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else and you'll know the truth. The girls fell into deep thought. They felt that Immortal Spirit City was built by Qin Feng. According to the time of the war, it was also the time when Qin Feng came to the Extinction sect. He named it Immortal Spirit City so that Zhao Lingxian would hear about it. Not good! That brat escaped, Xian Qianzhong suddenly shouted. While the girls were still in a daze, Xian Qianzhong broke through the wall and jumped down from the 3rd floor. Didn't that guy's leg break? How did he escape? Zhang Kuku was depressed. Qianzhong angrily shouted. He must have some pills on him. It's not hard to break his bone in a short period of time. That brat really got lucky this time. We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry to Immortal Spirit City. Chapter 1400. Fate was a very important thing. When Qin Feng brought Hua Xiaojin to Fire Beacon City, Su Ruoro and the other girls went to Spirit Immortal City. They brushed past each other and only needed that little bit of fate to meet again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fire Beacon City's annual science and technology exhibition was starting tonight. Qin Feng spent these 3 days trying to change Hua Xiaojin's thoughts. He Chun and Hua Xiaojin were about to be toyed with. He Chun concluded that Qin Feng was sick, while Hua Xiaojin felt that young Noble Qiao's thoughts were very dangerous. The three of them arrived at the Science and Technology Museum. Although there was still an hour before the exhibition started, the hall was already filled with people. Some people who came late were even blocked at the entrance. Hua Xiaojin was amazed after entering the room. Before she met Qin Feng, she never had the chance to come to such a high-class place. Even Qin Feng was a bit excited. This Science and Technology Museum was built according to the style of the outside world. Most of the items inside were obtained from the outside world. Wow, the items inside are so magical. I heard they were obtained from the outside world. I really want to go out and see the outside world. Unfortunately, my chance was taken by other sisters. The next time the formation loosens, it will be another 20 years. The hall was bustling with noise. A group of beautiful women in purple clothes were chattering. They were all female disciples of Purple Cloud Mountain. There were also a few men in black and white clothes following them. They were from the Gate of Life and Death. Junior Sister Ziyin, is there anything you like? I'll buy it for you. The eldest senior brother of the Gate of Life and Death lecherously stared at Ziyin's sexy figure. Ziyin coquettishly said, Senior brother Yandan, the items in this exhibition are all very expensive. Are you really going to buy them for me? Yandan was captivated by Ziyin's soft voice. He secretly pinched her waist and said, As long as Junior Sister Ziyin likes it, Big Brother will get it for you no matter how expensive it is. After tonight's exhibition is over, Big Brother will take you back to my room to discuss the martial path. How about it? The two of them were well aware of these ambiguous words. Ziyin coquettishly said, Okay, I've been stuck at a breakthrough point recently. Senior brother Yandan, you have to properly guide me tonight. The two of them were not far from Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin was disgusted by the scene of Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin publicly asking to have sex. She felt that Ziyin was not behaving like a woman, but it was none of her business. She quickly turned her attention back to the exhibits in the museum. China was still in the prosperous period of ancient Huaxia. Most of the people here wore long robes and plain clothes. The lighting tools used in the major cities were oil lamps. There were no cars or planes here, so people basically had to walk. Horses were the mounts that only the disciples of the Sacred Gate and the rich families had. However, in the Science and Technology Museum, there were various types of modern technological products, such as lighting lamps, mobile phones for communication, large LCD TVs, refrigerators, juicers. There were even 2 cars parked in an empty space in the corner. Qin Feng had no idea how these people were transported in. Wow, young Master Qiao, this big cabinet is amazing. It's so cold inside, it can actually freeze things. Hua Xiaojin was attracted by a large double-door refrigerator. She clapped her hands excitedly. There were too many people in the hall. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed over and knocked her to the ground. It hurts. Hua Xiaojin pouted and crawled up. Her brows were tightly knitted. The burly man stood at the side, pointed at her and scolded, You slut, can't you see where you're going? Don't you know that you've knocked me? Hua Xiaojin was frightened by the burly man. She shivered and apologized. I am sorry, I didn't see you. The burly man was the eldest disciple of the Gate of Life and Death, Yandan. He was the one who knocked Hua Xiaojin to the ground, but he still acted arrogantly. Yandan originally wanted to give Hua Xiaojin 2 slaps and be done with it. However, when he walked in front of Hua Xiaojin, he suddenly froze. His eyes were fixed on Hua Xiaojin's delicate and pretty face. She was several times more beautiful than junior sister Ziyin. "Oh, so you're a little beauty. Seeing that you're not bad, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Today, you'll follow me and serve me well at night. Do you hear me?" As a disciple of the Gate of Life and Death, Yandan was extremely arrogant. He could tell that Hua Xiaojin didn't have any true qi fluctuations. Even if she was dressed extravagantly, an ordinary person was nothing in front of a disciple of the Holy Gate. Hua Xiaojin felt a little resentful, but she didn't dare to vent. She said carefully, "I can't serve you. I'm already young Master Chao's maid." Yandan's face turned cold, and he roared, "What bullshit, young Master Chao? Call that bastard over. See if I don't break his dog legs." Hua Xiaojin glared at Yandan angrily. She didn't know where she got the courage to shout, You're not allowed to talk about young Master Chao like that." Yandan was stunned. When he regained his senses, his expression turned even colder. "Oh my, you slut, you dare to talk back to me? I think you're asking for a beating." Hua Xiaojin hugged her head and screamed when she saw the burly man raise his hand to slap her. However, she didn't feel a slap. Instead, she felt a strong arm hug her. "Young Master Chao." Hua Xiaojin opened her eyes and saw Qin Feng's ashen face. Tears of grievance flowed down her face. Qin Feng was holding on to Yandan's arm like a vice. No matter how hard Yandan tried, he couldn't break free. "Stinking brat, you dare to cause trouble for me? Do you know who I am? I'm Life and Death Sect's eldest senior brother, Yandan." Yandan glared at Qin Feng angrily and immediately announced his name. The Life and Death Sect was considered a large sect in the Divine Continent. Ordinary holy sect's disciples didn't dare to provoke them. However, Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He sneered, "I say, you still dare to come out and cause trouble after your balls have been castrated?" Yandan was stunned. He didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. Ziyin angrily said, "Senior brother Yandan, that brat dared to insult your name. He said you're a castrated egg." The Science and Technology Museum was filled with people. Many people had already gathered around to watch the show. When they heard Ziyun's words, the entire museum burst into laughter. Ziyin realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly retreated to the side and pretended that nothing had happened. Yandan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he realized that there was something wrong with his name. "Stinking brat, you don't even care about the Life and Death Sect? I'll give you a look." Yandan roared, and true qi suddenly surged from his body. This guy was an expert at the 5th stage of true qi. Many people who were weaker than him immediately retreated, afraid that they would be implicated if they fought. Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she screamed. However, she was stunned halfway through her sentence. Yandan's fist had just landed in front of Qin Feng's nose when he was suddenly sent flying. Boom! The sound of his landing was loud. The crowd had already dispersed. Yandan's bones were about to fall apart. Many people had already retreated a few meters to maintain a certain distance from Qin Feng. Yandan was an expert at the 5th stage of true qi, but he wasn't even able to block a single move from Qin Feng. The other 4 disciples from the Life and Death Sect stood in front of Qin Feng. They all took out their weapons and glared at him. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's strength, the 4 of them didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. The one who was castrated, "Get over here and apologize to my servant girl. Otherwise, I'll make sure your head falls to the ground." The anger in Qin Feng's heart soared to the heavens. It was rare for Hua Xiaojin to come out to play, but she was bullied without doing anything. Was she treating him as thin air? Gasps of shock could be heard from the crowd. Many people were secretly discussing among themselves. Yan Dan had already introduced himself. No matter what, he was a member of the Life and Death sect. Yet, Qin Feng didn't give in and actually wanted him to kneel and apologize for a lowly servant girl. No one could guess Qin Feng's thoughts, and no one knew who he was. Which sect did this powerful youth belong to? Hua Xiaojin finally regained her senses. She hurriedly pulled on Qin Feng and persuaded, Young Master Qiao, I don't need to apologize. Let's just forget about it." Qin Feng knew that Hua Xiaojin was stubborn. He said in an unquestionable tone, "How can I take back my words? Do you want me to lose face in front of everyone?" Hua Xiaojin trembled. She was in a difficult position. Yan Dan had already forced himself to stand up. He was humiliated by Qin Feng in front of everyone. At this moment, he was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "What the fuck are you all standing there for? That brat doesn't put the Life and Death sect in his eyes. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." Fire Beacon City was a chaotic place with many people. Fighting and killing were common occurrences. In this city, strength was everything. There was no logic to speak of. Everything depended on one's fists. With a roar, Yan Dan and his 4 junior brothers pounced at the same time. The 4 disciples were all at the 3rd stage of true qi. Qin Feng couldn't even be bothered to look at them. The sound of wind whistling could be heard in the hall. However, the sound was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. No one heard the sound of wind. However, some people saw sparks flashing in the sky. Following that, the 5 people from the Life and Death sect suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. "Fuck! What's going on? Are the people from the Life and Death sect so cowardly? Why are they kneeling and begging for mercy before the fight even begins? Look, clearly the knees of those 5 people are injured. That young hero is a true expert." The crowd was in an uproar. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. This wasn't the first time Hua Xiaojin saw Qin Feng in action, but she was still shocked. She felt that young Master Qiao was too powerful. Yan Dan and the other 4 were already kneeling in a row. Each of them had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They subconsciously looked at their thighs. There were actually long wounds on their knees. It was as if they had been burned by fire. The wounds were charred black and emitted a foul stench. You did this?" Yan Dan forgot about the pain from his wounds and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Qin Feng didn't reply with his voice. He casually raised his hand and used a fire blade to answer Yan Dan's question. "Xiu." This time, many people heard the faint sound of wind whistling in the air. Before the sound faded away, Yan Dan's miserable shriek was already heard.